hello again, everybody. I couldn't sleep, at all, so we might as well do another video. Let's have a look at Attorney Brown's pitch-perfect opening statement in the case against Chandler Halderson. Wisconsin, baby. My lush life, good to see you again. Yeah. Just couldn't sleep. It's too damn hot. Or too darn hot. Video. Hit me with a video. Brian, how you doing? Welcome back, Brian. I mean, this, the state of Wisconsin, they really didn't need to do anything. You know, a blind monkey with no legs or hands would have been able to deliver this case and achieve justice. But Attorney Brown is not a blind monkey with no legs or hands. He's really good. I mean, he strikes the perfect balance. You know, he doesn't come across as overly angered by the actions of the accused, but he lets his seething, I wouldn't even call it hatred. You know, he doesn't fuck about, put it that way, you know? Let's have a look at him in action.
Statements are not evidence. Attorney Brown.
Thank you. Could I have the screen turned on, Judge? On the left HDMI? While he's doing that, I'll promise you he'll give you a copy of that, by the way. You don't have to remember all of those instructions. My name is William Brown. I'm the Deputy District Attorney of Dane County. Yesterday you met Andrea Raymond. Together we're the prosecutors in the case. You heard a little bit about how the process worked in jury selection, and you probably thought you were being strung along the whole time, and in a bit you were. Everyone was trying to gauge your knowledge of the case, maybe any preconceived notions you had about the criminal justice system. Ms. Vera asked you a lot of questions about what you would think if she did nothing. And sat
Is this lip sync way out, or is it just me?
there, and those were good questions. I won't do nothing in this case because it would be a very short trial if I did. You're going to hear from me and Ms. Raymond quite a bit. Our job in a case is to present evidence. That means to call witnesses. The judge talked about what evidence is. When we think of evidence, sometimes we think of, especially a murder case. You're in a murder case, you think of the gun. And you'll get that. There'll be a gun. You'll see that. But evidence is so much more. The first thing evidence is the first thing the judge mentioned. Evidence is first the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination. When people raise their right hand and they swear to tell the truth, that's evidence. Now you as jurors can decide whether you believe it or not. Does this person have any bias or prejudice? Do they have anything to gain by what they're saying? Do they have anything to lose? All those things are up to you, but sworn testimony is evidence. Photographs are evidence, videos are evidence, statements made by people involved in the case, including Mr. Halderson, are evidence. Our job is to, over the course of the next couple of weeks, present evidence to show.
Very confident. I mean, he hasn't even got going yet. He's just explaining to the jury, you know, the format of what they're about to go through and their duty, their civic duty.
You the path of what we believed happened, which is that Chandler Halderson killed his parents, dismembered their bodies, and hid them around southern Wisconsin.
Okay, that's kind of the first, this is why we're here. Chandler Halderson murdered his parents, yep. Dismembered their bodies, yep. And what did he say? Disposed of them around southern Wisconsin. Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what happened.
We've been talking about Bart and Krista Halderson. You've heard their names mentioned numerous times by the judges here. That's Bart and Krista Halderson. I'm going to try to use some photos as I talk to maybe guide us along. Some people are more visual learners, some aren't.
They're like the most relatable Wisconsin couple. I bet every single member of the jury looks exactly like one or the other, you know?
That's Bart and Krista Halderson, couple in their early 50s, living in Windsor, Wisconsin, on a quiet street.
Every single member of the jury either drives a Subaru or a Volvo.
In a quiet house, kind of in a quiet town. If you don't know Windsor, think just south of DeForest. Or maybe if you're heading up toward the Dells, when you see the Fleet Farm on your left, if you looked right, that's Windsor. That's the Halderson home. At this point, perhaps it would be best if I told you a little bit about the Halderson family. Bart, the father, Krista.
I love that what he does as well, you know. If you don't know Windsor, if you think about driving up to the Dells and you look to your left just before you pass the Fleet Farm, every single member of the jury has driven up to the Dells, past the Fleet Farm, and seen some suburban development to their left. Right? And that's so important. And those details can be so easily overlooked. If you know where something took place, it's more real. You know what I'm saying? If he hadn't have done that, this could be like a movie. But to insert the physical place into their known space just makes it more real.
The mother. They have two sons, Chandler, the defendant, and his older brother, Mitchell. Chandler and Mitchell are close in age, but Mitchell's a little bit older. The time this all happened, living in the Halderson home, was Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, and Chandler. Mitchell had moved out. Mitchell had a job working as an IT person for a local corporation, doing pretty well in life. He's engaged, doing pretty well in life. Buying a house, adult things, growing up. But in July of 2021, it's Bart and Krista living in that house, and their adult 23-year-old son, Chandler Halderson, living in his room. Now, all of the events I'm going to describe, for the most part, take place during the first week of July.
Living in his room that was actually, pretty bad even for a 12-year-old. Why the hell he would want to keep living there is beyond me. It was like claustrophobic.
The 1st to about the 8th. So I put up a calendar. This is not evidence in the case, I suppose. It might be. Maybe I'll mark it as an exhibit. But it's to provide some reference. And I put the little flag on there because if you remember this year, the 4th of July was on a Sunday. Everyone celebrated, of course, all weekend. A lot of places celebrated on Saturday. But the 4th of July was on a Sunday. Now I'm giving my opening statement. The judge told you opening statements aren't evidence. And in fact, that's the reason you don't have notebooks. I'd like to think so, you have to pay attention to me, but that's not true. It's because nothing I say is evidence. So as I say things up here, what I'm saying is what I expect to prove in the next couple of weeks. But what I expect to prove beyond any reasonable doubt is that on July 1st, 2021, somewhere between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m.,
and it's also nice, I mean, we said what we said about the inserting the physical location into the, the world of the jury, for want of a better word. Now he's doing it with time. It's only 6 months after the events, right? So every single member of the jury remembers where they were driving in a Subaru or Volvo last July 1st. Or at least that weekend. It's fresh.
Chandler Halderson murdered his parents. It's an important date, and it's an important time. to remember. July 1st, between 3 and 5. But the story doesn't start there. And this trial wouldn't be 3 to 4 weeks if the trial ended there. The story starts a week later, on July 7th, 2021, nearly a week after killing his parents, but no one in the world knowing. Chandler Halderson walks into the Northeast Precinct of the Dane County Sheriff's Office and says, "I'd like to file a missing persons report." He sits down with sheriff's deputies, and you'll meet them today, and he gives a long story. My parents, they just haven't come back from the cabin. They were there this weekend. We have a cabin up north. It's in White Lake, up in Langlade County. It's pretty far up north, a couple of hours. They just haven't come back yet. They were going to come back Monday or Tuesday, and I don't know where they are. Who were they with? The deputies ask. I don't know. I helped them pack Thursday night. They must have left Friday early before I woke up at 6. Who'd they go with? I don't know. Where are their cars? Well, they're still at the house. What'd you help them pack? Bottles of liquor, lots of money.
Man, if the cops are suspicious on the third question, you're not doing well.
Money, tools, silver bars.
What is this thing about silver bars? You know? Silver bars? So, for what? I mean, he said to the neighbor that they take cash with them because they don't have any quote-unquote sliders, which is a ridiculous thing to call places to pay with a card. You know, but silver bars? A lot of liquor. Neither of them drink. Like, virtually at all. Very occasionally.
Why were they going up there? Some people they were fixing a window. Some people there was a plumbing issue, storm damage. The story varied. Sometimes they took just money. Sometimes they took just liquor.
Why does the story vary? I mean, we all heard him when he was talking about getting the plumbing box, kit, chest, tote, crate. I'll need a set for pipe repair. You know, and then he's saying to other people, yeah, no, storm damage. No, they got to fix a window. Why would you just pick a lane, man? Almost feels like self-sabotage.
But over that day and the next, talking to numerous sheriff's deputies, detectives, including those detectives, he gives this bizarre story of his parents leaving in an unknown car, going to a cabin with an unknown couple, with an unknown amount of money, for really an unknown reason. So sheriff's deputies do what cops do, which is they ask him, have you heard from him? And he says, yeah. I got a text from my mom. And he did. He showed him his phone. Made it safely. This is from Krista Halderson to Chaz. That's what his family calls him. Not Chandler, they call him Chaz. Made it safely. Can't get anything through, though. Yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade. We'll be home Monday night, Tuesday early. I love you lots. So at this point, the sheriff's deputies don't know what they're dealing with. These folks get up there and decide, now we're going to go to the casino for a few days. We're going to play hooky. Didn't make a lot of sense. They started talking to coworkers and realized these people had never no-call, no-showed, missed work, which they both did on Friday. Did they crash their car? Did this other couple kidnap them? Where the hell are they? But what good police do, and what they did in this case, is they start looking into the people who saw them last, who were with them last, who reported them missing. And in this case, all three of those things, the person who purportedly saw them last, was with them last, and reported them missing were the same person. It was Chandler Halderson. So what the police did was started to look into Chandler Halderson. This is all occurring in the same 24-hour, 48-hour period. And what they learn about him isn't suspicious at all. He's a Madison College student, MATC, they go by Madison College now, if you didn't get the email. Madison College student, he's about to graduate. He's studying renewable resource engineering, kind of a hybrid IT degree with solar panels, things of that sort. He's about to get a certificate. But things had looked bright for him. He'd recently been working at American Family Insurance. He's working from home like most of us the last couple of years. But he's working a good job at American Family Insurance. And not only was he working a good job, Chandler had just gotten a better job. He got hired at SpaceX. He was about to embark on a career that people in the IT field could only dream of. He's planning to move to Titusville, Florida. That's where SpaceX operation is, down in Florida, with his girlfriend. They'd rented an apartment. They'd bought a car. And not only was this not someone who was antisocial, he was...
Well, they had rented an apartment. I don't think that's true.
Pro-social. He was working with the Madison Police and the Department of Natural Resources on their rescue diving team. He was a scuba diver, working with the police.
I mean, what a fucking hero, huh? Storming through your photovoltaic engineering degree, working out all these complicated problems on a big whiteboard about how the angle of the sun shouldn't reflect off the solar panels on a building so to blind the traffic, you know, working it all out, trajectories and light transfer, and then, you know, at the same time as you're blazing glory through the fucking photovoltaic engineering degree, you've got this sick job with American Family Insurance, a paid internship where the boss loves you and invites you in all the meetings. And the best thing about that is they haven't fucking paid you. And that was their fault. And guess what? Well, as soon as it gets back from HR, I'm going to get a huge check. And they're sort of going to owe me a favor, I guess. I mean, that's money in the bank in more ways than one, isn't it? Not only that, no. Now, Elon Musk wants to take me to the moon. You know, I'm going down to SpaceX in Titusville, Florida. We're going to have a beautiful condo, our own private pool, a nice car. You know, if you can call a Tesla a nice car, I guess it would have to be a Tesla, right? Not only that, no, there's more. He's also a local hero with the state police, helping them with their scuba dive rescue missions. He's on call because he's the best swimmer in the land. Where did he learn that? When he was captain of the swim and dive team in 2014 in Plymouth High School. What a catch. I mean, talk about the golden wonder of Chandler Halderson. And then you compare that image portrayal that he's choreographed out of his pure imagination. And what he's actually doing is sitting at home, playing video games online, and anytime his dad hassles him and says, hey, what's happening with your job? Do you need help? Do you want me to have a look at your account or help you write a letter to your boss and find out what's going on? A little bit of pressure comes. Yeah, then he's on the fucking, I'm just going to go to Google and I'm going to create an account called alissabrandt@gmail.com, and then I'm going to fake write to me. And then I'm going to switch to being me and I'm going to fake write to Elisa Brandt and get a bit of a chain going, and I'm going to... How much thought does that take? I mean, that's like writing a play, right? It took Shakespeare weeks to do that. More than weeks. You know, and then even in the evenings, when his girlfriend says, hey, Chandler, do you want to come out and do a young couple thing with me, your girlfriend? Do you want to go to a movie or go to the thrift store or maybe some restaurant or I don't know, whatever? No, can't make it, babe. The police diving rescue team need me. I'm on call. I'm wearing my flippers right now, just in case I get the call. That's the reality compared with the image that he created, right? Quite a fall. You know, so when Bart started to find out and, you know, put it all together, sorry, Bart, you gotta go.
The thing that was a bit odd is he'd recently suffered a head injury. Fallen down the stairs. Had
Hello,
terrible
Lego.
concussion. Was unable to move for the most part. Had to wear a neck brace. Permanently,
neck brace.
Perhaps injured. All of those things threw police off from thinking it was Chandler. He had anything to do with this. And at that point, for all they knew, as sad as it is, Bart and Krista and an unknown couple were crashed into a ditch somewhere between...
Crashed into a ditch somewhere, sorry to interrupt in the middle of a sentence, but you know, as he was going around these missions, you know, these little missions, quite a lot of them, even before the murder. The doctor, for example, is going to come and testify. He remembers Chandler and now knows what he did, and now knows that the whole neck brace thing that he agreed to give him was set up. You know, everybody, all over the community, people have been touched by this psycho kid. You know, I wonder if they should have a get-together, you know? What is that thing that people say? Oh, I forget what it is. It's like people that have suffered together have more in common than people who, you know, where everything is all right and they're just sort of around, you know, a neighbor that you're polite to, but you're not interested, are you? Let's be honest. Who cares? But if you've suffered together, then you bond, right? It's a thing. But what about if you've all been touched by this psycho kid? They should have a group meet. You get the doctor down, you get the coffee guy from Quick Trip, you get the guy from the hardware store that helped him pick out a tarp. You know? You get all the neighbors that he went round and knocked on the door. Do you have a video camera? Did it point at my house? Oh, the colleagues, you know, the colleagues of Bart and Krista. I mean, so many people. And then all the cops and, you know, all of these people. I mean, it's not a stretch to say that it's at least 100 that have had direct involvement themselves. Then they've all got families. I mean, pretty soon you're covering the whole of southern Wisconsin here. You know?
Here in White Lake, Wisconsin. Dead from a car crash. So they started looking. Deputies are sent up north. The Langlade County Sheriff's Department is searching a cabin. No one had ever been there. It didn't look like anyone had been there at all in years. It was run down. The grass hadn't been mowed. There was no food in the refrigerator. No one had been there. So the police expand their search and they start talking to not only just Chandler, people about Chandler, they start talking to people who were with Chandler that weekend. Specifically, they talked to his girlfriend, a young girl named Catherine. She goes by Cat.
We like
and
Cat.
Cat says I was with him like all weekend.
Yeah.
We had a normal 4th of July weekend. We went out to my family's farm. We got
I was with him all weekend in his smoky house, but he said he had the big green egg, so that checked. Yeah. He wouldn't let me anywhere near the freezer. And we had to sleep on this stupid, horrible, fucking tiny couple of couches stuck together.
farm. There was a pool. We ate dinner. Chandler was having the concussion issue and he couldn't really move his legs, and so he asked to use their pool the next day because he thought that was good therapy. So the police, what do they do next? They go talk to the person who owns the farm. And they say, was Chandler out here? And she goes, yeah, he was out here on the 4th of July. But you know what? He showed up the next day by himself. He showed up the next day by himself. I told him he could come back anytime, as we just say to people, not expecting they're gonna roll into your house the next day. She says he was acting bizarre. Said that he had a
Yeah, we should be more careful about who we say that to. Come back anytime.
doctor's appointment, and they'd given him some bad news that he was going to lose his job at SpaceX because he couldn't travel, he couldn't attend orientation to start. And she goes, he asked to use the pool. And of course I said yes. This woman will testify, and she'll tell you that she sat in her house for a while, perhaps a bit weirded out that someone had just shown up at her rural farm, but she let him have his space. But about an hour later, she goes down to the pool to check on him. He's not there. No one had opened the pool. No one had been in the pool. But she sees his car. And it's parked out in a field, away from the pool, backed in toward where that grass is a bit longer, and had its hatch up. She thought, boy, that was strange. But she thought maybe he's just on a walk. So she goes in the pool. She said, I'm just going to go in the pool. If you remember that weekend, it's extraordinarily hot. She starts swimming. She says, then I see Chandler. He's walking out of the woods in that area. Now, at this point in the investigation, the police are out there with this woman. They're out on the farm. And she says he walked out over there. And you'll hear from the detective, Detective Brett Baverstock, who was out there. And he'll tell you that his eyes kind of shifted up and he saw vultures. And I promise the photos are only going to go this far for right now. But the police walked about 20 yards into the woods, and in that pile of debris, under dozens of sticks, bushes, and dirt, they found Bart Halderson. Now, when I say they found Bart Halderson, I need to explain that. They found a human torso. Someone had crudely chopped off the head, the arms, and sawed off the legs in the middle.
If anyone wants to see what that looks like, you can go to Google Images and type in Bart Halderson remains, and there it is. It's a picture. I'm not going to share it here because I just don't think that's, I don't know. But it's right there. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought it was a reconstruction, but it is actually his headless, armless, legless torso. With underwear on.
Middle of the thigh, leaving the underwear on in the beginnings of the pants. They removed the sticks and brush over a course of a few hours. They brought out doctors from the medical examiner's office to make sure everything was done appropriately. They rolled the torso over. There were gunshots in the back. This man had been shot in the back and chopped up. At this point, the farm, beautiful farm, cultivated for years with wildflowers, kind of an Eden of sorts, was turned into a crime scene. Police swarmed the place. Drones were in the air. Cadavers, dogs were on the ground. Everyone's looking through absolutely everything they could, but it's a farm. There's a million places things could be. But one detective said, look at that in the woods. Is that a garbage can full of a tarp? It was. And I'll tell you that tarp was taken to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab eventually. Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, their blood is all over it. Another detective said, that spot where Chandler was walking out of the woods, there's an oil barrel there, like an old fuel tank with a hole in it. That's right where the car was parked. So she peeks her head in. And that's what she sees. Broken saw blades, hand saws, scissors, tree loppers, all of them tested by the state crime lab, all of them covered in human flesh and blood of Bart and Krista Halderson.
You know, if you run out of places to get rid of a torso, a grown man torso, okay, I mean, I guess you're going to have to take it to the woods. But a pair of scissors? I mean, surely you could just get rid of that anywhere. You could be driving and throw it out of the window. I mean, why would you take this stuff here to the farm and put it in what is apparently a very obvious hiding place? The cops just go, oh, so he came out of there and he walked past these things. So maybe he put a load of stuff in them. Oh, look, he did.
The farm was searched extensively, and I'll tell you that some months later, things were even continuing to be found. Up to this fall, in October, the homeowner, the person who owns the farm, was tearing apart a barn trying to clean it. And there in a barn about 100 yards from where Bart Halderson was found, the murder weapon, behind a bunch of boards on the side of the barn. At this point in the investigation, the police knew they needed to start talking to Chandler. He's seen coming out of the location where his dad's body was, just brutally chopped apart. The tools, the cutting instruments are found there. So they do what police do. They bring him downtown.
Bring him downtown.
But they ask him, and he's at the house, and they ask him and his girlfriend to come downtown with them. And they do. And that girlfriend, Kat, is in one room, and Chandler is in another. Chandler, and you'll see this, we'll play it, for over an hour meets with police, and again regurgitates this odd story of his parents with this missing couple in a random car, going places that no one really knew. Or Kat, in the other room, she's vomiting information to the police. Literally vomiting at times, but also vomiting information in terms of she has her phone out. She's giving them pictures. She's providing every single detail she can because she'll tell you when she testifies. She's one of these people that watches these crime shows. And she knows when someone's missing, you got to exclude the people closest to him first. And she thought, that's what we got to do. Chandler didn't have anything to do with this. I didn't have anything to do with this. We got to get to the people who did. And the first step is we got to exclude us. She didn't for a second think that Mr. Halderson had done anything wrong. She thought she was with him most of the weekend. And I'll tell you right now, Kat did nothing wrong. Kat was an unknowing, unwilling accomplice to some of this, but she did absolutely nothing wrong. And she'll tell you, she liked Mr. and Mrs. Halderson. There were the normal disputes you'd have with your boyfriend or girlfriend's parents. Maybe you want to go out a lot and they don't let you. Maybe you want to hang out more than they don't want to. But she liked him. Her phone is full of messages between her and Mrs. Halderson. Friendly in all respects. Kat meets with police not just once, but multiple times. And in one of these meetings, she says, you know what was weird? Is this weekend, when I was with Chandler, while his parents were at the cabin, I left the house early one day, on Saturday, in fact, Saturday, July 3rd. And she says, he told me he was going to do chores that morning around the house. But when I looked at my Snapchat, I saw his location was in a weird spot. If you don't know, on Snapchat, you can set it up so that other people can see exactly where you are. A GPS tracker on you at all times, if you will. Chandler had that set up with his girlfriend.
Because he
She goes,
cheated.
it was so weird where he was. I took a screenshot of it on my phone. And that's what it showed. Chandler was saved as hubby in her phone. That's perhaps a term of endearment between two folks dating in their 20s. But she said, at 8:58 in the morning, when he was supposed to be doing chores on Saturday, July 3rd, I thought it was strange that he was in what appears to be a forest on the banks of the Wisconsin River near Prairie du Sac. The police took that. They identified immediately where that location was, just based on looking at it. That's a bridge. Couldn't be hard. Out they go. The drones go up, the dogs go out, the search team starts searching. Very quickly, and I promise this is as far as the photos will go, they find the remains of Krista Halderson. Now, when I say Krista Halderson, I have to qualify that as well. We found her legs. One complete leg, then somewhat farther away in another bush.
It's a shame we don't have their heads. I mean, I'm just still looking at another angle at Bart Halderson's torso here, which is just incredibly horrific. But if we've got her legs, his torso, all we need is a couple of arms and something to use as a head, like a pumpkin. Is this too sick? I'm sick, aren't I? I need help.
Foot, a thigh, but the same pattern. Crudely cut apart, what appears to be handsaws,
Lee!
axes.
Lee's back, everybody.
No more of Krista Halderson that's identifiable to her will ever be found. She's just those two legs.
Just two legs.
At this point, police thought, this is just a strange location. Why would Chandler be out there? He'd been out there before. And they started talking to people, including girlfriends of his in the past, friends of his. And they say, yeah, Chandler really liked this location out on the Wisconsin River. He'd go there all the time. It's where he'd go swimming. When his friends came into town, that was the secret swimming spot. And one friend even said, you know what? Last year he sent me a picture while he was out there. Kind of shirtless, hanging from a tree with a machete. I don't know. Didn't have a lot of significance at the time when the police saw it, but eventually someone realized, the tree looks unique. Interesting V pattern right there. The hollowness of the tree as it goes down. The way in which 5 of those branches branch off. And eventually one of the detectives realizes why. Something clicked. It was the exact location he ditched his mother's remains. That's about 100 feet away. So obviously, it shouldn't come to anyone's surprise, at some point Chandler was arrested. In fact, he was arrested on July 8th, 2021. When you're arrested for a lot of crimes, you go to jail, you get booked in, and not much more happens investigation-wise after that. They have what they need. But of course, that's not the case in a murder investigation, especially something like this. So Chandler's taken to jail, and the police start searching. When I say searching, you're going to hear about searches of the house, searches of this farm, searches of this property. You're going to hear about searches of landfills and ponds and ditches all across Dane County. But one of the things they started searching was, what was this guy doing on his phone that weekend?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And oddly enough, most of what they...
So they've already got independent witness testimony. They've already got CCTV from businesses and residential. They've got him getting ice at the gas station or whatever. They've got him getting tarps and bleach and blah, 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 blah. You know, the general murder stuff, murder cleanup stuff. I think they should just start selling it in like one kit, you know? Because you always see these guys, they have to go to a different aisle for the bleach. They have to go to a different aisle for the tarp. They have to go to another thing for a hacksaw and so on, you know? Just one box, murder kit, $19.99. Or maybe a bit more. So what would a tarp cost? I bet a tarp is $20 now, isn't it? Let's say $49.99. Murder kit, Walmart. It would sell, that's the scary thing. And not just to killers, all that stuff's useful for other purpose. That's why they sell it. It's just, you know.
Found was nothing. Either Chandler hadn't Googled anything all weekend, except for the 8th, or he had deleted his search history. You'll never know. But remember, he was arrested on July 8th, taken to the police station, and that's where they told him, hey man, we know what's going on. So meaning, while he was still on his phone on July 8th, he was still telling everyone his parents were missing. Not just the police. This kid was standing in his front lawn giving media interviews to all the local media outlets about the cabin and the unknown couple and the unknown car.
Can we see if we can find that? It's only short. What do we search for? Chandler Halderson media interview. Let's listen to this.
So first, I'm gonna test your volume, but I'll just have you say and spell your first and last name for me.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Chandler.
Hang on, let me hear the question again.
So first, I'm gonna test your volume, but I'll just have you say and spell your first and last name for me.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Chandlerson.
Great, and you are Bert and Krista's son.
Yes.
You see, he's doing that like he's being asked to perform some kind of neurological exam, right? Neurological exam, right? Chandler. Halderson.
Okay. And do you have any siblings?
Yep, I have an older brother.
Older brother. Okay, so it's you guys and your parents. So just can you tell me what you're aware so far, kind of leading up to, you know, what we talked about, I guess, like explain, you know, you were talking to your parents about going on vacation and stuff.
They told me Thursday they'd be going for the cabin for the weekend with their friends. After that, really we just packed up their stuff. They were going to do some minor repairs on the cabin, and we got them tools, just regular going to the cabin stuff, I suppose, and they went with their friends. But I didn't ask who their friends were, so I'm still not really sure.
And you said that the ones that you talked to them about, those friends, you weren't exactly sure who they were?
Well, at the time, I figured it was just the people I'm aware of currently, just their close friends. So I didn't really bother asking another question, like who they were exactly. Other than that, that was kind of it. And then they headed out.
Well, if it had actually come up, they would have just said the people's names. We're going with Bob and Sue. Bob and Sue are picking us up, and we're going with Bob and Sue. Okay? Then you could say, I mean, it would be better if you said, listen, they said they were going with Bob and Sue, but I don't even know who that is. But, you know, what do I care?
Friday in the morning.
And you said that you
He's just no good at incorporating all these lies he tells, right? They're so fantastical that I just don't think he's at all practiced in basing lies in believable reality. Yeah, no, Elon Musk wants to hire me, okay. Yeah, he saw my high school solar panel project and was just blown away. Bob and Sue wouldn't even hire him.
just weren't sure who they did go with.
Yeah.
You know, what are you guys trying to do right now? What's the next step for you guys?
Well, we're doing, right now we're just trying to get it out there. So I'm talking to the news. We got Facebook.
Yeah, trying to get it out there, spread the word. Appeal for community support. We're doing all we can. Bob and Sue, we think they did it.
Posts. Really, that's all we can do. Hopefully detectives will get back to
Get it out there is kind of very true in a way. He's already been doing that with Dan, you know, his mother's colleague from work. Getting it out there. Pushing the story about the lake to Dan so that he can tell Curtis, the boss, and, you know, then the lie kind of has a life of its own, right? It's starting to spread. Because when Curtis asks Dan, hey, have you heard from Krista? We haven't heard from her. Have you heard from Krista? He'll say, oh, I heard they went to the cabin. And then, you know, the story is being recycled, but not just by Chandler. I mean, he does that. Now he's getting it out to the news.
us soon with new information. We had some sheriffs at the cabin yesterday, so that they
Yesterday? Okay, maybe some sheriffs went there before Mitch got there, because this is July 8th, and I'm pretty sure, you know, well, that is certainly the day that Chandler goes to speak with police downtown, but he's asking about Brother Mitch. Do you know if he got back all right? Have you heard from him? Is he still at the cabin? And when Brother Mitch is at the cabin, deputies are there and they bust into the house. But maybe yesterday on the 7th, other deputies went just to do a not bust into the house, just to see if anyone was there.
They didn't really give us much information, though. Like, no one was there, but we were hoping someone was there at one point and everything.
So that's kind of what you're still trying to figure out too, is if
Were
they needed to.
Bob and
Yeah.
Sue there?
Well, yeah, apparently they did make it. I got a text on Sunday saying they did make it and that they were going to White Lake for like a parade.
The text that he sent from their house about a parade that wasn't even scheduled and didn't happen. He didn't check that. He sent a text from his own house, and the text said, hey, we made it to the cabin 3 hours north. What did he think was going to happen? The cops are just going to blame Bob and Sue and forget about this?
We did stuff for the 4th, but Usually, I think it's just more of a party there, White Lake for 4th, and Memorial Day's the parade. But
Yeah,
White Lake
he's
is
checked
usually
it now.
busy and pretty fun to go to.
Yeah,
What-
so they still call it the parade, even though it's just, people walking to bars and restaurants.
did you start to think, hey, this isn't like them, or they might be missing?
Well, I was told they'd be home Monday or Tuesday, and Tuesday afternoon I got a little worried, and then Wednesday, when my aunt went to the cabin, that's when I got worried and I went to make a report.
And that was filed yesterday, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. What?
Yeah, his aunt, that's not really his aunt, but his mother's best friend, Hilgendorf, she goes up with her husband to the cabin, calls Chandler, says, no one's here, doesn't look like anyone's been here. And Chandler says to her, do you see any shell casings or blood? And she's like, what? Because it's so out of left field.
I guess for your family, where are you guys right now? How are you kind of getting through what's happening right now? How are you moving from day to day?
The neighbors got me pizza. My brother should be going to the cabin today just to check it out. We're just kind of keeping busy. That'll
Keep him busy.
as long as we're busy, we're not really gonna overthink.
Are you staying hopeful, remaining hopeful?
Can we hear that again? How are you coping with all of this? The neighbors got me pizza. Why? You have a house full of food. We've seen your fridge. It is jam stocked. The neighbors got me pizza and we're keeping busy, because if we're keeping busy, we're not thinking about it. What the fuck?
You kind of getting through what's happening.
My aunt went to the cabin. That's when I got worried and I went to make a report.
And that was filed yesterday, I assume? 'Cause
Yes.
Okay. What, I guess for your family, where are you guys right now? How are you kind of getting through what's happening right now? How are you moving from day to day?
The neighbors got me pizza. My brother should be going to the cabin today just to check it out. We're just kind of keeping busy. So, yeah, as long as we're busy, we're not really going to overthink.
I would just love to have seen the reporter's face. How are you going from day to day? The neighbors got me pizza. That is so not what they meant. Not what she meant at all.
Are you staying hopeful, remaining hopeful that you're going to figure out what happened?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They could just be on a boat somewhere having a few drinks or something. No reception on
They
boats,
don't drink.
So, yeah.
I was just going to ask if reception wasn't very good at the cabin.
It's not during high traffic, like weekends. Like the 4th, you wouldn't really get too many texts through. However, today you could call even.
And what was the name of the county?
Langlade?
Langlade County. Okay. And I guess it's just kind of strange because, like you said, you believe that you said that your parents texted you that they made it to the cabin.
Yeah.
On the weekend or around the 4th of July?
On Sunday.
On Sunday.
Sunday
Okay,
in the
so-
morning.
Okay, and they
It was late. Like, the text could have been sent a while ago, and it just got to me on Sunday.
Okay, yeah, because of reception, that would
Yep.
make sense. Okay. What is something that you want people to know? Like, what can people do to help find them, or what is there something you want people to know in the community about your parents?
I couldn't say anything specifically. Just maybe get the word out that hey, maybe tell them to call their kids so we know they're all right, or maybe send a text, an email to their work and stuff. That would be great. Other than that, I get the pictures spread around. We have pictures up on Facebook, and I think even on the one news source that the sheriff's put on. Once those are spread out, it should be easy to find them. There's quite a few people up north.
I ask this at the end of every interview, but is there anything more you want to mention that I didn't ask you or we didn't talk about?
I can't think of anything. Sorry, no.
No worries. I asked that in case there.
What a guy. There's another one. Or is there? I don't think there is. Let's go back to our man.
He was going door to door in his neighborhood. My parents are missing. Can you help me out? Do you have any security cameras, by the way? And you'll hear from these neighbors. Some of them were so weirded out by what was going on that they secretly recorded those conversations. One of them, you'll hear, was a man who'd only been retired as a detective with the City of Madison Police for about a month. He recorded his conversation with Mr. Halderson. But while he's doing this that morning, what's he Googling? This is what he's Googling. Body found, Wisconsin. Woman's body found, Wisconsin. Wisconsin dismembered body found. We'll come back to the next two. Dead body found.
I love how he reads that with a kind of jolly voice. Wisconsin dismembered body found. This is what he's Googling. Woman's body found.
But
Wisconsin.
while he's doing this that morning, what's he Googling? This is what he's Googling. Body found, Wisconsin. Woman's body found, Wisconsin. Wisconsin dismembered body found. We'll come back to the next two. Dead body found in Wisconsin. Body found in Milwaukee River. He's searching for whether they found his parents. And you'll hear in this case, he's starting to search because he's starting to get worried because the amount of police in his neighborhood has been ramping up and up and up because unbeknownst to him, they're finding his parents' remains. And you'll hear that while this is going on, while he's Googling these things, he's frantically calling police officers. Hey, why are there more cops in my neighborhood? Calls this guy, Brian Shunk. He records him. What's going on? There's more cops. Did something happen? Did you find something? The middle ones, State versus Peter Capuzzo. Probably means nothing to everyone. It meant nothing to me when I first saw it. The name rung a bell, and I wondered why. Not only does it show he Googled State versus Peter Capuzzo, it showed that he clicked on a link on the Wisconsin court's website and read something. What he read was a legal case, much like this one is the State versus Chandler Halderson. The State versus Peter Capuzzo, though, was a case that made it to the Court of Appeals based on some legal technicalities about a man who dismembered part of his family members and threw their bodies in the river. So at the same time, Chandler Halderson is going door to door in his neighborhood, crying about his parents being missing, talking to the local news, telling sheriff's deputies, signing documents saying they're missing. He's conducting legal research to get himself out of today. So that today never happens.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I started with that calendar a while ago, and I said the police were initially thrown off because of one thing, and that was this text message from Krista. And it's real. I'll tell you, that text message is in all the...
Wouldn't it be great if all the jury members could just raise their hands in unison right now and say, okay, we're ready. We're ready to deliberate. And when we say deliberate, we just mean vote guilty. Do we even need to fill out the forms? The judge is right there. Guilty. We don't need to sit through this for 2 weeks.
Search warrant returns from US Cellular. It's on the phone that we were able to search. We're not able to search every phone, but some of them are. Made it safely. Can't get anything through, though. Yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade. Be home Monday night, Tuesday. Love you lots. Sent on the 4th of July. So the police started looking into that. And the first thing they found was White Lake. The parade was on July 3rd. Remember, the 4th of July this year was on a Sunday. So everyone celebrated on Saturday. So they started thinking, well, how the hell did this message get sent? So they searched the...
Don't you just get the Monday off if the 4th is a Sunday? That'd be weird to celebrate on the 3rd.
Halderson home, where Chandler was. And in the garage, under a shelf, in a shoe, wrapped in aluminum foil, was his mother's phone, along with her driver's license.
In a stupid
Police would
shoe. Look, I can't stand that shoe. And I can absolutely believe that that is Chandler's shoe. And that he thought it was awesome. Krista Ray. Krista Ray, that's a cool name.
Later, subpoena the records from US Cellular, the cell phone carrier that covers Chandler and the family. And they would look into what cell towers were being used when that message was sent. If you didn't know, all of you probably have cell phones. At any time, your phone is pinging off of different cell towers. It's not always the same. As you sit here, half of you might be using one tower and half of you might be using another. It's based on the workload of those towers. You'll hear about that. But it's generally an approximate area of where you are. That message on July 4th, Krista there's in pink, Chandler's in green. The message was sent from the Halderson home on July 4th. Chandler sent it to himself. So at this point, the investigators began to wonder.
Again, jury, we're ready, guilty, guilty.
And perhaps you're beginning to wonder how the evidence will come out. How does this happen? How does this kid, with everything in the world going for him, promising new jobs, school, a girlfriend that loves him, willing to move across the country for him, or even physically, a kid who just suffered this major concussion, was unable to use his legs for the most part. How does this happen? And what you'll learn, it happens because none of these things are true. He wasn't going to Madison College. He wasn't studying renewable resource engineering. The people at American Family Insurance, they'd never even heard of him. There's no indication he'd ever even applied for a job, much less had any job at SpaceX. The apartment he told his girlfriend he'd rented and the car he'd bought, none of that was real. The Madison police, they don't even have a scuba diving team. Neither does the DNR. And this concussion he apparently suffered, he did go to the hospital. You'll hear from the doctor who was there. Said, yeah, he came in, he reported that he hit his head, falling down the stairs. I diagnosed him with a mild concussion, gave him a neck brace on the way out, told him he could use it if he needed it. But none of the things that Chandler reported to other people, the leg weakness, his inability to move, drive, travel, none of that was real. And given what you're going to find out in this case, you may conclude at the end of it, he never suffered any fall at all. What you may conclude is that it was all made up. Now, police started looking into all of these lies. Because how does a person who looks so promising, was able to convince so many people of his success, How are you able to keep this up? How are you able to catfish your family, your girlfriend?
Hey, would you guys do us a favor and just leave a like on the video? Click the like. This is a really awkward hour, but yeah, it's quiet because everyone's asleep, right? I couldn't sleep, so I figured I'd just do this, but it would be so cool if everybody here would leave a like on the video. Thanks so much, guys.
Your brother, your friends. They started to find things around the Halderson home, in the email accounts of Bart and Krista Halderson, in the email accounts of Chandler Halderson. When they talk about American Family Insurance, the first big lie Chandler was making up, again, the people at American Family Insurance, you'll hear them testify, they're directors of human resources. He never worked there, never worked for any of their affiliates, never worked for any of the companies that are associated with them. Chandler had been claiming to work there for a year, but he never had any money. And his father was an accountant, so his father would ask him questions pretty much daily. Why don't you have any money? Why haven't you paid any rent? And Chandler spun an amazing web of lies. First it was, well, I'm a salary guy, but they were accidentally paying me hourly, so they just held my paychecks until they fixed it. Then it was, well, I gave them the wrong direct deposit info. Then it kind of shifted eventually. And he said, well, they were going to pay me, but now the amount is so much, they got to pay me so much money that when they deposited it in the bank, they thought it was fake.
Okay, 3 excuses, all different, is never true. That's the point. You just slap him and say, tell me the fucking truth.
And police started to find emails like this. This from Tom Selznick, a guy at American Family Insurance, a Northeast remote human resources guy. Describing this, you're registered as salary, but you're making hourly. And these emails would go back and forth with Chandler and the HR person, and eventually he'd forward them to his father. But in the way a parent looks at their child as maybe telling the truth is not the way that you as jurors have to look at this. You, like the police, maybe have to take a more critical look at emails like this. And for one, notice, why is the guy who works at Human Resources at American Family Insurance using a Proton Mail generic email address? Why is the guy who's the Human Resources manager spelling the word resources wrong, saying he's the Human Recourses manager?
He spells a lot of things wrong. He spells spaghetti wrong. He spells jalapeno wrong. He spells sriracha wrong. And he was able to spell shredding or shredded cabbage. Yeah, we went through a recipe which was like the most basic. It wasn't even a fucking recipe. It was fried noodles. And it was like onion. Was it? It was onion and garlic fried in oil, olive and sesame oil. Ooh, okay, a blend. Fucking how gourmet. Then, what was it? That was basically it. It was like, add noodles. Why would you need to write that down? And spell everything wrong? The fuck? And at the bottom he put, should be good. Unbelievable. I really want to know what is wrong with this kid. I mean, we've established with the leading Metrix theory, inspired by his clear super duper attachment to the glory days 2014, captain of the swim and dive team, still wearing the hoodie when he's 23 years old, clinging onto that last moment in his actual functioning life where he felt like he was good enough to, be a part of the social order or something, you know. Because as soon as he went away to college, started living in those dorms, all that social standing, if you could call it that he thought he had in high school, that went out the window. Everybody else moved on with their lives and started a new playing field. A lot of people are excited to do that and have a good run at it, right? Not our man Chandler, no. He quit that, regressed to the home, lived at home in his fucking small bedroom. I mean, you know, it would be easier for me to understand if, like, he had this really nice bedroom at the family home and that he didn't like dorms or he was uncomfortable, but, you know, his room at the house was worse than student accommodation, smaller, less comfortable of a bed. I mean, and then the attachment to his fake life, you know. I think he just didn't feel like he had what it takes to compete in the degree field, in the job market. You know, he's managed to con his way into a pretty nice and caring girlfriend. I mean, she's pretty gullible, so I guess that was pretty easy. No offense, Kat. We think you're great on this channel. I think you're great. Just, you know, you're young. And then the game, right? The big one. You got to keep the fake life, the fake job going so you can stay at home and exist as a, what do you call it? A virtual character with a virtual social standing. You know, in a world where you complete objectives and lead a team and all of that online stuff. I mean, that's where he felt like he was somebody. And if old snooping Dad Bart starts working out your big scheme, that apple cart is going to come upturned. And that would have brought everything down for him. He finally would have had to have faced himself, which he could not do. It was a better choice for him to murder his parents in the stupidest way possible, in a way that would 100%, even if by some magical possibility he managed to get rid of their bodies and leave no trace. He's getting all sorts of things wrong. The text message from the house. And everybody who he told, the Hilgendorfs, Brother Mitch, they're all like, what do you mean they went to the cabin? We all know when they go to the cabin, and they never take cash, never take booze, and always take a car. All of the behaviors that you're describing, Chandler, none of them make sense, even individually. Put them all together, and this is a completely obvious work of fiction, and it's only being told by you. So what's going on? You know, there is no way he was getting away with this. But so was his fear of facing himself and his whatever, that it was the better option. It was the better option. And that's astounding to me. And if he really is just sitting in a jail cell for the next 60 years, or whatever it'll be, 57 years, the rest of his life, and not being studied by, you know, whoever it would be that would seek to find advancements in psychiatric testing or something. I mean, he needs to be studied. He needs to be studied by the best minds in the land, right? There's an opportunity here. Anyway.
It's comically fake. He emailed himself back and forth, trying to explain why he didn't have any money, and he forwards it to his dad. Now here's where the story gets maybe a little more complex. Having a fake job solves a lot of riddles in your life. No one's hassling you to get a new job. No one's hassling you to do chores all day. The problem is, if your dad works from home, if he was an accountant, for instance, which he was, and which he did, you actually have to wake up early every day and go to work. So there he was. Messages between Bart and Chandler. Hey, are you up for your meetings? Yeah. Over and over again. So Chandler woke up. But he had nothing to do all day because his job was pretend. And so he sat on his computer playing video games. And I'm not against people playing video games. I'm a guy myself. People play video games. But video games, if you don't know, and some of you are of an age where you do, and some of you are an age where you don't, are a much more social thing than they used to be. When you play video games, you don't just sit on Nintendo 64 and play Mario by yourself. You're playing role-player games with people from around the world. And who's up early in the morning when Mr. Halderson had to wake up to attend his fake work meetings? People in the military who are stationed overseas.
He loves to say it like that, doesn't he? Who's up early in the morning when Mr. Halderson had to get up to attend his fake work meetings?
Who's up early in the morning when Mr. Halderson had to wake up to attend his fake work meetings? People in the military who are stationed overseas. They speak English, they're American, but they're on a different time schedule. They're on his time schedule. Most people here probably play video games at night during weekdays. But every day, Mr. Halderson was able to wake up and find a group of friends to play video games with online, one of which was stationed in Germany. This friend was a guy named Andrew Smith. Now, Mr. Smith, Mr. Halderson became kind of best friends. They would talk all the time. They communicated in this video game all the time. And Mr. Smith, he'll testify, he's coming up here, lives down south, he's back in the US. He'll tell you that Chandler really liked an SKS rifle when they play some of these shooting games. It was just something he liked. Not a big deal, there's nothing wrong with that. But this past summer, about a month before the murders of Bart and Krista Halderson, this online friend, Andrew Smith, comes to visit Mr. Halderson and in fact stays at the home with Bart and Krista. This is a picture of Mr. Smith in that perhaps crudely designed yellow shirt. That's Mr. Halderson. It's the only photo we have of them on that visit. You'll learn that Mr. Smith had gotten out of the military. He was done with it. But you'll also learn that he really likes guns. Like, he really likes guns. And he knew his friend liked SKS rifles. So when he visited him this year in June, he brought with him a gift. The SKS rifle that was found about 100 yards from Bart Halderson's body. Now, you'll meet Mr.
I'm a ray of fucking sunshine. Okay. He's young, huh? Oh my gosh, look who it is, Sup. Say good morning, Amy. How you doing, Amy? Welcome back, Amy. Let's look up, who said that? GSD S, dog mom. We've got a diagnosis sheet for, what do you call it? Key characteristics. This is of, what did you call it? Covert narcissism. Subtle grandiosity. While overt narcissists openly display a grandiose sense of self-importance, covert narcissists tend to internalize this belief, often feeling superior to others but not necessarily showing it outwardly. Yeah. Inverted and shy, unlike the outgoing and attention-seeking nature of overt narcissists, covert narcissists are often introverted, socially anxious, and may even appear timid or self-deprecating. Well, he does that a lot, doesn't he? Hypersensitivity and defensiveness. They are highly sensitive to criticism. And perceive slights where none are intended, often becoming defensive or resentful. I'm trying to think of an example of him being criticized. But he's got the rest of it all sewn up so that everyone's just fucking rubbing his back, you know? But maybe he got hypersensitive in college, in the dorms, in dorm life. That's why he had to leave. Passive-aggressive behavior. Instead of direct confrontation, covert narcissists often use passive-aggressive tactics to manipulate, control, and express their negative emotions. Has he been doing that? Instead of direct confrontation, covert narcissists often use passive-aggressive tactics. Yeah, I guess he does that to, who? Lack of empathy. Like all narcissists, they struggle to understand or share the feelings of others, leading to difficulties in forming genuine connections. Yes, need for admiration. Despite their introverted nature, they still crave admiration and validation, often seeking it through subtle means, like playing the victim or using guilt to get their needs met. Yes, grudges and resentment. Covert narcissists are prone to holding grudges and harboring resentment. Yes, I see a lot of cues of resentment towards Brother Mitch and obviously his parents, especially when they feel slighted or overlooked. Yeah, there's this one call to the fucking detectives where he's like, everyone's asking about Mitch, but not about me. What's going on? You made the report. Soap, be quiet. Sense of entitlement. While not always obvious, they still believe they deserve special treatment and are entitled to certain things, even if they don't outwardly demand them. Yeah. Well, can't disagree with any of that, can we? But I still think, Dark Mom, that although all of his behaviors are consistent with this, there's another bit here, hang on. Although all of his behaviors are consistent with this, that there's something deeper. Playing the victim constantly, complaining about their misfortunes. Oh my God, yeah. Or difficulties to elicit sympathy and support, using guilt trips, manipulating others into doing what they want by making them feel guilty or responsible, silent treatment without withholding affection or communication as a form of punishment, subtle put-downs, making backhanded compliments or belittling remarks to undermine someone's confidence, chronic complaining, constantly finding fault with others or situations to maintain a sense of superiority. Yeah. Amy, when are you sending that DSM-5? We could be diagnosing him right now. I'm sure there's got to be something in there, but I still think studies should be done, definitely.
Smith, and you'll probably concur with me after meeting him, he's not really probably a paperwork kind of guy. And so when he gave the gun to Mr. Halderson, he wanted to document that he transferred the gun, but he wasn't going to fill out any paperwork. So he just took the serial number of the gun, and he put Mr. Halderson's driver's license next to it, and snapped a picture on his phone. There's a clear picture of that. But that serial number matches the gun found in the barn 100 yards from Bart Halderson's body.
You have driver's licenses that are vertical? That's horrible. I couldn't cope with that. I need a, horizontal printing, please.
And before Mr. Smith left, he decided he would gift his friend something else, which was about 400 rounds of high-powered ammunition. Now, you'll hear from Mr. Smith. Despite maybe his bizarre actions and maybe his bizarre statements he may make, he's not a suspect. Police proved he was in Texas.
His bizarre statements he may make. What, like, I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass? Has he? I think Attorney Brown has done a preparation of Mr. Smith and knows that he comes out with these bizarre phrases. What was the other one he said? He's got a bunch.
At the time all of this happened. Another unknowing accomplice to Mr. Hall.
Mary A., I fucking hate that shoot. That is so bullshit adolescence. Who remembers Paul Smith? Was it Paul Smith? The first designer to do that printed fabric thing. And now they're making shoes. Disgusting. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Halderson's crimes. So at this point, Mr. Halderson's working a pretend job at American Family Insurance. He's not getting paid. His father, who's an accountant, is kind of on his case about it. And he's got to figure out something else. And the best way out of your pretend job is an even more pretend job. So around May going into June of this past year, American Family wasn't going well. So Mr. Halderson decided to get a new job.
You haven't heard this opening before? It's one of the best there is, Amy.
Going to be an astronaut. I work at SpaceX. This is messages to his girlfriend. I have a good feeling about SpaceX. I have a follow-up interview for Florida tomorrow. Shoot, sorry, I got the job. I have training next week over the computer and leave June 11th and start June 14th. He didn't give himself a lot of time, but what he gave himself was an escape hatch. He could move. He could end the lies that he had going on in his life about being a rescue scuba diver and working for American Family Insurance by simply moving to Florida. That presented with it one major problem, which was that job, which was also make-believe, would pay absolutely no better than the last job that was make-believe. So in late June, as he's supposed to start the job at SpaceX in Florida for Elon Musk, something happens in the Halderson family, something real. There's a change. Remember when I started off and I said there were two sons? His older brother gets hospitalized. That's real. It happened. Got diagnosed with diabetes and was having some complications. He's doing great now. Mr. Halderson uses that.
Amy, did you leave a like on the video? Because we need to get more likes on the video. Because it's a really bad hour to do a stream. And yeah, we need another. There's only 18 people here, but I think we can get full likes on that. I mean, come on.
That is an excuse.
Or has everyone fallen asleep because of the strange hour? That must be what it is.
To delay starting at SpaceX. It was a stroke of good luck for him, a stroke of bad luck, of course, for the family, but a stroke of good luck for him. But that only gave him a couple of weeks. So his brother, who's doing really well in life, engaged, house, real job, making a lot of money, suddenly he's in the hospital.
Mary, have you seen after the closing and after the defense closing because it's attorney Raymond who does the state's closing argument, but after the defense's closing argument, which is terrible, William Brown comes back with guns blazing. I mean, it's brutal. It's a brutal rebuttal.
Being doted over by his family, by his mother. People care about him. So roughly a week later, when Chandler Halderson needs to think of a new lie to get out of the SpaceX lie, guess who ends up in the hospital? Being doted over by his mother and his family with a supposed neck injury. This is Father's Day of this year, in late June. That's Bart Halderson in the middle, Mitchell on the right. Of course, Chandler wearing a neck brace that no one told him he had to wear on the left.
Hey, everybody in chat, who loves coconut water? Put a coconut emoji if you love coconut water. Also, if you'd like to buy us a coffee or a coconut coffee or a coconut water, you can they've got a cool new link. I need to check if this link works. Somebody, because they've shortened it so people don't have to type. It's just COFFEE//true crime metrics. Yeah. Someone test that. And buy us a coconut water.
Now, around this time, Chandler started telling people an extraordinarily bizarre set of claims. That he had a brain bleed, a hematoma, that he had spinal damage, that he needed his head drilled open.
It's so funny when they bring in the doctor who gave him the examination and they ask him about this exact list of symptoms and he just starts laughing on the stand. They're like, did you tell the defendant that he needed his head drilled open? And he's like, no, we don't do that.
The inability to use his legs at all. Couldn't drive. People had to do that for him. That he had nerve damage. That he needed to get a colostomy bag. But most importantly, he couldn't go to Florida. The doctors had told him he couldn't fly. Of course, that's not true. You'll see his medical records and you'll see his doctor testify. So suddenly this man, who was, for all intents and purposes, disabled, was being doted over by his family. People were making him meals. You'll see notes his mom was leaving for him. Call this neighbor if you need anything. She'll help you out. Couldn't drive, couldn't work, couldn't do chores. Now, a bit of a preview and a fast forward. This guy who's wearing a neck brace nearly every day in late June 2021 would have no problem just days later carrying large bags of ice out of gas stations to chill his father's cut-up body in a freezer. And you'll note, no neck brace. And in fact, you'll note in this case...
Yeah. Parents are dead. Don't need this itchy fucking restrictive thing around my neck anymore. Look, he's sitting in the couch fort right here. What's in his hand? Some fucking plate of cakes. Hey, Mom, could I have a plate of cakes for my neck? I think the doctor said I need my head drilled open and also a plate of cakes. Yeah, if you could get that right away, Mom.
Chandler Halderson has never seen a neck brace again after July 1st, 2021, when he kills his parents. So the job lies are over for Chandler in his life. American Family Insurance, don't worry about that because he got this new job at SpaceX. And SpaceX, I can't go because I'm hurt. It was a perfect scenario. But there was one last lie that Chandler had to get out of. And that is he had told everyone he was going to MATC for college and that he was about to graduate. And you'll hear there's a hint of truth to that he was going there at one point. In fact, there's a hint of truth to all of these lies. He did go to MATC for like a semester. He failed out. But he wasn't going there anymore. And the parents were starting to grow suspicious. And we knew this because when we searched the house, we started to find notes on Bart Halderson's desk. Bart Halderson was one of these guys who prints his emails. I don't know if any of you print your emails, but some people, they get an email and they print it out. That was Bart. And we find one. It's an email between Bart and Krista.
He doesn't print out every email. He prints out emails that he needs to go through and maybe take notes or highlight portions. I mean, I do that. Everybody does that, don't you? Or is it just me and Bart?
Detailing a conversation that he had had with Chandler's advisors at MATC. Supposed to meet with someone else, so we met with this guy, Daniel Spieth. Chandler's going to get a solar certificate. He wasn't. He's registered for fall classes. He wasn't. He's in the IT program. He wasn't. All of these things, line by line, none of them true. But Bart Halderson talked to this person. So police honed in on something. That line. When I talked to the advisor, he sounds just like Chaz on the phone. And he gives this number. That is, of course, because Bart Halderson, when he talked to Chandler's college advisor, was just talking to Chandler, who had bought a burner phone, cheap phone from like Walgreens that you can buy with no service carrier. And police know that because they searched Chandler's bedroom, and in his desk drawer, they found that phone. Now this kept going. The lie about going to MATC or Madison College was the most extensive. There were emails, dozens, if not hundreds of emails going back and forth between supposed advisors at MATC and Chandler, and then he'd forward them to his dad from people like someone named Alyssa Brandt, 64. Sometimes Chandler would spell Brandt, B-R-A-N-D-T, sometimes just with a T and no D, depended on the day. But they all had the @Gmail address, not @madisoncollege.edu. And you'll hear from the people at Madison College, their people have real emails. They don't use Gmail. But it was over and over again. Alyssa Brandt was one of them. You heard about Daniel Spieth, also @Gmail. There was someone named Aaron Hoover, also @Gmail. In this one, Chandler's getting upset. I have to have a call with whomever's in charge within the next 30 minutes. I have been a student for over 3 years, and I will be treated fairly.
I really love it when this dipshit nothing kid is trying to be big, bad, and assertive on an email. Like he's got any experience whatsoever. What did he say? I need to have a meeting. I've been a student for 3 years and I will be treated fairly. Gotta hear that again. Oh my gosh, coconut water from Amy. Thank you so much, Amy, for the coconut. If you would like to buy us a coconut, you can at coffeecoconut.com/true crime coconut. No, I'm just confusing people. I'm sorry. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I want to put it back to this business. I'm assertive in business.
They don't use Gmail. But it was over and over again. Alyssa Brandt was one of them. You heard about Daniel Spieth, also at Gmail. There was someone named Aaron Hoover, also at Gmail. In this one, Chandler's getting upset. I have to have a call with whomever's in charge within the next 30 minutes.
With whomever. With whomever. I think it's I must would be the preferable whatever it is. I must receive a call from whomever is in charge within a timely fashion. Let's hear it one more time.
But they all had the @Gmail address, not @madisoncollege.edu. And you'll hear from the people at Madison College. Their people have real emails. They don't use Gmail. But it was over and over again. Alyssa Brandt was one of them. You heard about Daniel Spieth, also at Gmail. There was someone named Aaron Hoover, also at Gmail. In this one, Chandler's getting upset. I have to have a call with whomever's in charge within the next 30 minutes. I have been a student for over 3 years, and I will be treated fairly. Of course, he's yelling at himself. All of these were fake. Back and forth to himself, and eventually to his dad. The Halderson parents had to have been growing extraordinarily frustrated. Kid wasn't getting paid. He was injured suddenly. His college transcripts aren't coming through, so he can't get a job. So police looked at that original note again.
The two! Our Lady in Banff. Soap, say buongiorno to the two. Welcome back, the two.
They saw something interesting, which is in this sea of fake people, Daniel Spieth, Aaron Hoover, Tom Selznick, Alyssa Brandt, there was one name that stood out, Omar Job. And that name didn't stand out because it was fake. It stood out to the police because it was real. That is the only real person on any of these emails. And what we've discovered in this...
Omar Job is such a cool name. It's like, you know, the Odyssey or biblical Old Testament. It's a cross between the Odyssey and Old Testament scripture. Omar Job. I wonder if we looked at those stories, if we'd find elements of this horrific tale within them. Probably.
Investigation is in just the day and a half prior to being murdered, Bart Halderson, Chandler's dad, called MATC and pretended to be Chandler to try to finally get some information on what's going on. Just as any of you could call any doctor and pretend to be your kid, you know their name, their social security number, their birthday, you can get through. You can get through those minor security things. Bart called MATC, said, I'm Chandler.
Which is fraud, technically. I mean, you know, surely that doesn't matter if you're the parent, would be illegal. I mean, not that anyone gives a fuck, I certainly don't.
I want some answers. And for 17 minutes, Bart Halderson, just before his murder, talked to a man named Omar Job. Omar Job is a entry-level customer service guy at MATC. He's got no skin in the game, doesn't even really remember the call, but it was recorded for customer service purposes. And Bart Halderson questions.
Amazing, right? I mean, how lucky for us and for the court and for justice that court, on an interesting level, right? We have the call that basically, you know, it was on that call that Bart Halderson really got to the bottom of what was going on. You're not enrolled. You owe them almost $3,000. You don't have a degree. If you don't have a degree, that means you don't have a fucking job at American Family. You certainly don't have a job with Elon Musk, and so on and so on and so on. The whole stack of dominoes came down on that call, right? And they just kept going until it brings us right here today. And the thing is that because it was a customer service call, it was recorded on their server. And we are now able to absorb that as part of this story. That is a 10,000 to 1 chance that we get that chapter. In so many cases, there'll be something like that happens that isn't recorded, and we never get to hear, or even know for sure whether it happened or not. But here we get it, and that's lucky.
And he's very mean at first, because in his mind, he'd been getting screwed around for a year on where his son's transcripts were and what degree program he was in and why he hasn't graduated yet. But toward the end of the call, Bart asked Omar Job, hey, do any of these people work there? Alyssa Brandt, Daniel Spieth, Aaron Hoover. And he's told no, they've never worked there. And in fact, they haven't. And he says, that'll be it then. That'll be it then are the last recorded words of Bart Halderson alive. Bart Halderson, shortly after that, sends a text message. Text message that ultimately sealed his fate, which was a text to his own son. And it says, I spoke with Omar Job. Now, what happens over the next 24 or so hours is a bit unknown. Homicide investigations are a lot of unknowns because the two people who are the victims, who maybe know the most about what happened, are of course dead.
And quite possibly, without this text, had Bart not sent this text to Chandler, Chandler obviously had his phone searched. The cops may have never known the name Omar Job, may have never known that a call had been made. And it may have had to take a much longer time. I guess they'd have got there in the end to discover the motive being this thing about lying about his college and all the rest of it, right? Another fortuitous.
But there's not much verifiable information that happens over the next 24 hours. It's also unknown if Chandler even knew who Omar Job was. Of course, he wasn't going to MATC, so why would he know who some lowly entry-level customer service guy was? He wouldn't. But Bart Halderson.
Entry-level. He's a human being.
And when you look at Bart Halderson's work calendar, that he maintains at his accounting firm,
When fucking poor Omar Job, as if he hasn't been through enough, when he watches this back and hears himself being referred to as some lowly entry-level first support line, he's just a single silent tear drips down his cheek.
you see something quite interesting. Remember at the beginning I said I wanted you to remember a date, a time, which was that the Haldersons were killed between 3 and 5 p.m. on July 1st, 2021. Guess what was on Bart's calendar at that exact time? He was supposed to have a meeting with the people at MATC with his son. So he was supposed to go to MATC and have this meeting at 3 o'clock on July 1st, 2021. Of course, that meeting couldn't happen because he wasn't going there and none of the people were real, but Bart Halderson knew that. Bart Halderson knew that. And so Chandler had obviously figured that out at this point. There was no way out of this one. You can't get out of this lie. And so the next day, Chandler Halderson wakes up on July 1st and starts messaging his girlfriend. 7:26, I hardly slept. 7:27, stuff hasn't been going well for me lately. Just trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over.
God, leave this whinging piece of shit. My God. Stuff hasn't been going well for me lately, so I'm just trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over. Poor you.
7:51, I had a great future planned. It's falling apart. 1:04, just 2 hours prior to the murders. I overheard they might go to the cabin with their friends, but I don't know. So somewhat of a full circle at this point. That's the moment Chandler Halderson decides to kill his parents and engage in this bizarre story.
I want to see the text that she was sending back to him. That's a big jump from 7:51 to 1:04 p.m.
Story of them missing at a cabin with an unknown couple in an unknown car at 1:04, July 1st. Now, shortly after this message, it's about an hour and 10
I think we do see those replies in her testimony.
minutes. Bart Halderson's getting ready to go to MATC for this meeting. Perhaps to confront Chandler. Perhaps Chandler's going to confront him. Bart texts Chandler, I'm ready whenever you are. That's about 50 minutes prior to when he was killed. Those are the last words ever recorded of Bart Halderson. His phone is never used, really. Again, dies at some point. He never goes back.
Even that text has got this element of understanding, consideration, right? I'm ready whenever you are. It's not, let's fucking go, get your ass over here. It's, I'm ready whenever you are. I will wait for you to be ready. You know.
To work, no one ever sees him. The neighborhood he lives in, riddled with security cameras, never see him again. I'm ready whenever you are. What the evidence will show in this case is that sometime after the I'm ready whenever you are message, and probably just around 3 o'clock when he was supposed to go to this meeting with MATC, Bart Halderson was shot in the back multiple times with a high-powered rifle.
Nice.
And after shooting his dad, Chandler texts his mom. Dad's phone died. Text her, call me. And get soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work. You know he...
Please, you fucking dickhead. Get soda on your way home. I'd get some soda and then I'd go and pour it all over his bed. If you're talking to me that way. Get soda on your way home. Fucking hell. What was the full text? Dad's phone died.
Died. Text her, call me. And get soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work. You know he didn't have an extra hour of work. But he was delaying her getting there. Because the evidence will show he needed to move things around, prepare for what he was about to do when she showed up. She responds, K, I can, smiley face. Those are the last words of Krista Halderson alive. Shortly thereafter, around just after 5, neighborhood security cameras, the Haldersons didn't have one, but the neighborhood, a lot of people did, show Krista pulling in, getting out of the car, walking in. She's never seen again until her legs are found out by the Wisconsin River. But just after killing his mom and his dad, the evidence in this case will show that Chandler went on his phone. If you go on your phone, I don't know if any of you ever taken a note. You can take notes on your phone. iPhone has an app called Notes. We got some raw data, and I've I'll put it up here in a second. I won't put the raw data because it's a bit challenging to see. But Chandler creates a note about 5:11 that day on July 1st, probably minutes after killing his parents. And the note reads, "Weekend chores, H2O2 lemon." H2O2 is the chemical name for hydrogen peroxide. You'll hear from people in this case, it's essentially a household cleaner to clean up blood. Lemon deodorizes things. Mixed together, it's a pretty cheap cleaning product you can have at home. So Chandler writes a note after murdering his parents, "H2O2 lemon. Door handles. Move your shit upstairs, get a job, and clean the floor." He then does just that. Spends the afternoon cleaning the house, eventually jumps in the shower. We know he's in the shower because his girlfriend and him FaceTime when they're in the shower. No judgment, but that's what happened.
Oh, look at this picture of him and his girlfriend FaceTiming in the shower. It's sick. Where is it? He's just a fucking creepy weirdo. Really not right in the head, man. Obviously.
And the girlfriend took a screenshot. We know he's in the shower. They say they're good nights, and Chandler says, "I'm going to bed." But he doesn't. He goes to gas stations. And he's carrying out large bags of ice. Because what Chandler had done that night is what you all probably suspect by now. He had dismembered his parents, or at least started the process, and had to fit them inside of freezers that were in the Halderson home. And you'll see some of these freezers, they're cleaned. There's still some evidence around. That night, I'm not going to show many photographs for a little bit, just because I think you deserve to kind of be eased into some of the things you're going to see. That night, what appears to have happened, what the evidence will show, is Mr. Halderson took items from around the house and began cutting apart his parents. Saw blades covered in Bart and Krista's blood. An axe, Bart and Krista's blood. Hand saws, things of that sort, covered in Bart and Krista's blood. He cleaned the house as best he could, and you'll hear about that. But still, blood spatter found of Bart and Krista's blood around the house. And he had a plan. It wasn't a well-thought-out plan, but he had one. And that was he was going to burn the remains in the family fireplace there in the house. So it's July 1st. And if any of you remember, 4th of July weekend's pretty hot this year. People in the neighborhood thought it was a little bit weird that someone's fireplace was going on. They smelled stuff. One person, this neighborhood's full of retired cops, but one retired cop said, "I smelled like a barbecue, like a smell."
What's gross? This.
Like a pig roast. And he said that just not knowing what it was at the time, talking to the police. And that night, a neighbor who had a security camera behind the Halderson home, way far away, was able to catch something. Because it was pitch black at night, it was able to catch just a little glimpse of all the windows in the Halderson house. We have an expert that's going to come in who works with video and light analysis. And he's going to tell you, he was able to figure out which window that was. And the window it was that he was looking at in that camera footage that kind of just piqued his attention was the window by the fireplace. And for many hours over the course of that night, the light flickered, came on, died down, on, down. But in the early morning hours the next day, he'd been up all night doing this. Because you'll learn you really can't burn human remains. Your home fireplace is not going to get hot enough to do that. It takes an extraordinary amount of heat. If you go to like a crematorium, you're inducing it with oxygen, chemicals, not a residential fireplace. But eventually, in the middle of the night, the fire started going well. It appeared that air was being pumped into it, and you'll see when they searched the Halderson home, there was in fact a fan found right next to the fireplace, next to a tape measure, trying to make sure the remains were the right size as they went into the fireplace. But that light at one point grew and grew and grew, and it got very bright in one room. And then all of a sudden, the kitchen light came on, and then all the lights went out. I don't know if anyone's ever taken a hot Pyrex pan out of the stove and put water in it, or dumped hot water on your windshield on your car in the winter. But it explodes the glass. The evidence in this case will show that what happened was the fire had gotten out of control, burning these human remains. Human fat was rendering out. It was igniting. So Chandler threw water on it. But when you throw water on your residential fireplace, you break the glass. And that's exactly what happened. Just above that broken glass panel, which is clearly shattered, you see the paint.
I'm not sure that he was offered a plea deal. I don't know why they would offer him a plea deal. And the trial took place 6 months after the crime. So, there doesn't even seem to be the kind of time that you would normally see for that to be considered and negotiated or anything like that. I mean, and when we look at the trial as a whole, the state have everything and the defense have nothing. So I don't know what the state would be looking to make a deal about.
Kind of bubbled off from the heat. This is in the search of the home some week later. Fireplace is clearly used. The police noticed something interesting about this photograph, which is, despite being clearly used, the logs are rebuilt. Someone had cleaned out all the ashes and rebuilt it. Clean logs, newspaper, one burnt piece in the middle. But what stuck out to police right away was that little rock right there. They thought, what is that? You'll hear from the people who collected this evidence. You'll hear from an arson specialist from the Department of Justice, a guy named Bill Boswell, who come in. You'll hear from a forensic anthropologist, a doctor named Cristina Figueroa Soto, who will tell you, we were all interested in what that was because it was out of place.
Cristina Figueroa Soto.
So they pulled it off and they put it on one of these fancy police deals. And the forensic anthropologist took one look at it. And she said, oh, this is a human skull. He had burned his parents' heads in that fireplace. Later, the police would go through the ash trap of that fireplace, and they would find human remains. Facial bones, the knee bones, which, because we found Krista's legs, by deduction, had to be Bart. All in the ash trap of that fireplace. They were all cataloged.
I think the knee is probably one of the toughest bones to incinerate, right? That's one hell of a joint.
Now, burnt remains can't be tested for DNA. There's no biological material left. But they're able to tell it's human based on the structure of the bone. And you'll hear from the anthropologist who will talk about that. So that's what happened on July 1st. Now, you're going to hear about all of those days in between Bart and Krista dying at 3 o'clock on the 1st, all the way through the police report. But to summarize, Chandler stayed up all night, that night of the 1st. Obviously, things weren't going well, burning his parents' remains, so the next day, perhaps not having slept, he walked into Fleet Farm at 7:21 a.m. to buy a tarp. He's on video. He knew his girlfriend was spending the night that night, so he spent the whole day cleaning, but he's sending her text messages, which you will see throughout the day, asking her to bring him hydrogen peroxide and a mop, because he still needed to clean up.
So he did the fire on the 1st, is that right? I mean, that is busy. He probably killed Bart at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the Thursday. Krista finished work at a normal time. I think she finished at 4:30 or got home at 4:30, one of the two, but let's say he kills her at 4:30, 5 o'clock, right? So in the next few hours before it's late, he has sawn off both their heads, sawn off at least his dad's legs that were burnt that night, and then stayed up the whole night monitoring this fire, keeping it going, trying to get it as hot as possible, almost fucking setting the house on fire when it got out of control, broke the glass, kept it going. Total fucking nightmare job. And now he's not been to bed at all, has he? It's 7:21 on the Friday, and he's walking into Fleet Farm. Asking his girlfriend to bring him hydrogen peroxide and a Swiffer wet jet mop for a cut on his toe. Oh, I've got an emergency, babe. I stepped on glass, and now you need to drop everything in your life and assist me, because I'm 23. There's nothing about this guy at all that is not the most pathetic thing I've ever heard of. At least Grant Armado, went to anesthesiologist school and studied and passed, and aside from the whole cam girl obsession, steal $200,000 from your parents and send it to some Bulgarian webcam model, apart from all that, I mean, he achieved things, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Some things. Stephen McDaniel was JD student, working in the prosecutor's office and functioning. Rocky Rambo Waynam Cam, not so much. Not so much. I'd say he's probably on the level. Joel Guy Jr. I mean, fuck knows what he was doing. But he was at Baton Rouge, University of Baton Rouge, or doing something.
The next day, Saturday, July 3rd, 2021, his girlfriend leaves early in the morning. That's the day she snaps that picture of him out by the Wisconsin River dumping off his mom's remains. Spends the rest of the day hanging out. But when he goes home and says he's going to bed that night, this young man who supposedly couldn't drive or carry heavy objects, his phone records show that he's up near the Wisconsin River in Portage, as if you're driving the interstate up to the Dells, right when you cross the Wisconsin River, off in the state land there to the right. For about an hour, in the middle of the night, the police tried to search that area. It was impossible with the currents. Whatever remains were thrown in there or lost forever. July 4th, 2021, this is the day he texts himself. Spends the day with his girlfriend's family, goes to their farm to use the pool. That's the day he says, hey, can I come back tomorrow? Goes to some fireworks. He's living a normal life. No mention of his parents. The next day, takes out the garbage in the morning. Who knows what was in that garbage can? We've thoroughly searched the landfills, but it's impossible to find anything. But he took out the garbage. He goes out to the farm to supposedly use the pool where he's seen walking out of the woods. Cell phone tower records prove that he was out there on the farm. Remember I told you he told that person that he was having trouble at work and school and having a bad doctor's appointment. He never went to any doctor's appointment that day. Phone records show he never talked to any doctor. It was all a ruse to be able to go out in the woods and hide his father's body. The next day, not much happens because Chandler was up all night. Again, that light analysis.
So, on the Monday, after the 4th of July, it's now the 5th, and he wants to get onto the farm property in Cottage Grove so that he can dump the largest part of the remains, which is Bart's torso. Images available on Google if you want to see that. And obviously he wants to put it, you know, I guess he thought that it was too big to throw into the Wisconsin River and that it might be easily flowed up or someone would see it from the shore or something like that. But so he wants it on the property so that he can do a better job of disposing of it later. But I still don't get why he put the scissors and some of the smaller butchery implements there as well. I mean, you could get rid of that anywhere. Put it down a drain, throw it in the river, throw it out of the car when you're driving. I mean, whatever. Why would you bring that with all the DNA and your fingerprints and all the rest of it?
Shows all night, the garage light on and off. The garage, of course, being where we found some of these tools, the axe covered in blood. He's cleaning up. At 4:30 in the morning, for no apparent reason, he drives around the city of Madison. There's no idea what he did there.
So hang on. Between 1 and 4 a.m., the garage light is turned on 7 different times for an average of 6 minutes each time. It's all recorded on the Ring doorbell cameras. We know you're up. We know you're busy. Moron. Spends, I'll do it in the dead of night when everyone's asleep in the neighborhood and no one will know. Spends 1 hour driving around the city of Madison at approximately 4:30 a.m. Well, looking for places to ditch stuff, obviously. But I'm trying to find the point in these days when he's had any sleep. No documented activity most of the day. Okay, so probably slept then. Spends evening with his girlfriend. This is Buffalo Wild Wings. Is that Tuesdays when they have the discount? People begin questioning him about his parents. People like Dan and people like Curtis.
But he's not doing much. But people begin questioning him about his parents. He just says they're late. The person most worried, perhaps, is his girlfriend. She thought that was unlike them. The next day, he drives back to the farm, throws a bag of bloody rags into their garbage can that's out by the street. And at 11:22, he texts his girlfriend that he's finally going to the police. We know the bag of rags came from his house because they were in the Target bag his girlfriend picked up from Target, and she did the curbside pickup. So her name was printed on the outside.
I thought yesterday was Tuesday. So we've got 6th of July, Tuesday. 1 to 4 a.m., so early hours. 4:30 a.m., early hours. Spends evening with his girlfriend. People begin questioning him. Tuesday, 6th of July. Sunday was the 4th, Monday the 5th, Tuesday the 6th, and now?
Person most worried, perhaps, is his girlfriend. She thought that was unlike them.
Ah, we found a mistake in your pitch perfect fucking opening, Attorney Brown. The 7th was a Wednesday. Chandler drives back to the farm to drop off more items, leaves a bag of bloody rags in their garbage can. At 11:22 a.m., he texts his I am not impressed, Attorney Brown. How do you make that error in this otherwise perfect opening statement?
The next day, he drives back to the farm, throws a bag of bloody rags into their garbage can. It's out by the street. And at 11:22, he texts his girlfriend that he's finally going to the police. We know that bag of rags came from his house because they were in the Target bag his girlfriend picked up from Target, and she did the curbside pickup. So her name was printed on the outside. It was when she brought him hydrogen peroxide. He filled the bag with bloody rags and left it at the house. The next day, he starts Googling body found, Wisconsin, dismembered body found.
Again, a mistake. The July 8th was the Wednesday. Body found Wisconsin. Dismembered body found Wisconsin. Goes door to door in his neighborhood, asks for security questions. 4 p.m. asked to give a recorded statement to the police downtown. Chandler Halderson arrested at 6:41.
He's walking door to door asking about security cameras in his neighborhood. And at 4 p.m., they take him downtown and they arrest him at 6:41.
So basically it was what, about 28 hours after he made the report he was arrested.
So that's the story. That's why you're here for a couple weeks. Like I said in the beginning, a lot of cases end with the murder. This one, it's just a small piece of the puzzle. None of the things that happen after and none of the things happened before make any sense without knowing the murder happened on a specific day at a specific time. But the evidence in this case you'll find is overwhelming. Chandler Halderson killed his parents on July 1st, 2021. He cut up their bodies with axes and saws and knives. And he didn't even give them the dignity of having a funeral or even a final resting place in one piece or together. Their remains were scattered across Dane County, in public land, on farms, in garbage cans, in rivers, and perhaps every ditch is a possibility in this county. You'll find the evidence in this case is overwhelming. Now, over the next couple of weeks, I'll make you a couple promises as your prosecutor in this case. I'm not here to waste your time. But of all the constitutional rights we talked about of Chandler, he has them. I want you to respect them. There's another one that you should know, which is this is the only time we get to have this trial. You get one trial in the United States of America, and I have to do it right. So if that means calling a lot of witnesses, I apologize in advance. If it means calling experts to say things that maybe you already know, I apologize in advance. But I'm going to do my job right as your prosecutor. Second, you're going to see terrible photographs. There were approximately 5,000 photographs taken in this case. You're going to see maybe total a couple hundred of actual body parts, maybe a couple dozen. We have scoured those photographs and tried to remove ones that are just horrible to see because of the conditions the bodies were in, because of insects and maggots and things of that sort, and instead are trying to only show you photographs that help you understand how the remains were hidden, where they were hidden, how they were dismembered. To the extent possible, we're using cleaner photographs that were taken by the Dane County Medical Examiner. I promise you, I'm not trying to pull on anyone's heartstrings. I'm not trying to make this overly emotional. You might feel emotional. I suspect many of you have never seen anything like what you're going to see in the next couple of weeks. But I promise to do my best to limit the amount.
Very,
Lastly,
very good,
I
Attorney
promise
Brown.
to just ask questions, a lot of questions, because you're the jury in this case, and you deserve to hear absolutely everything. It will be a struggle. You'll get sick of walking back and forth to these jury rooms. You might get sick of each other. I hope not. But it's an important task. What happened here shouldn't happen, but it did. And so in a couple weeks, when I stand up here and Miss Raymond stands up here, I'm going to ask you to deliver a verdict of guilty, to finally bring some much-needed truth to Chandler Halderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Counsel, could Attorney Brown, could whoever's giving the opening come up? We don't have to. We can do this without going off. Just want to discuss time.
Yeah. So Attorney Brown was up there for an hour. And
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break at this point, and what will happen is Randy will take you back. You'll go to your respective rooms. You'll have at least 15 minutes. We'll come back and continue. Go right ahead.
All rise for the jury.
So what do we got on the Great Seal? We've got a plow, a beaver, an anchor, something else. Wisconsin's got it all, baby. A stack of iron ore. What are we going to do now? Well, let's go to the wiretaps. There aren't any wiretaps. But there are jailhouse calls. Do we want to do those now, or should we have a look at a witness? We did the defense's opening earlier this evening or last night. Whatever works for you. While we decide, let's play our beautiful intro. Nice. I guess we could have a look at some jailhouse calls. Jail phone calls. Maybe some of the text messages. But I think those are read out by actors. Let's see what it's like.
Sucks. because it hurts me too. The meds put me down and make me.
This is from our good friend, Rottweiler Investigation. That's not an intro.
Who was being mean to you? I don't cause any problems, haha. I'm trying to stay in my room and watch TV, read and stuff, but they keep dragging me out to play cards. Good morning, dear. How did you sleep?
Man, I don't want to get into it. I don't like talking about negative stuff with you. I was just upset when I messaged you last night. A lot of people are just very opinionated. Good, the more time you spend in your room, the better. I slept okay, but I'm still not well, so I called out of work. I'll go back tomorrow if I'm still sick, since I don't want to miss too many days. How'd you sleep?
I understand. I'm sorry you've got to deal with them.
So I'm guessing the date on the left is November 1st, because January 11th would have been in the middle of trial.
It's too bad people make up their minds before they know all the facts. I played cards all morning. Now I'm in the cool clique. So no one will be bothering me now.
Now I'm in the cool clique. I mean, this is what I'm saying. This is his whole attachment thing of being in the cool clique, swim and dive team. I've got the hoodie, blah, blah, blah. We're at music camp. Be somebody, baby.
Now, aw, baby, I hope you feel better. Pretend I'm there being Big Spoon. I slept well. I woke up
I don't
to
know if
some
I can handle
shouting
this.
on DS, so that wasn't awesome. Sorry, I replied so late. You usually don't get back to me until nowish. I love you. Have a good day off.
Yeah, and I'm really not in a position I want to be in. It's not very fun, and it just sucks so much. That's good, hun. Just stay on people's good side, but don't be their BFF so you don't get in trouble for that. I'm cuddling with the dogs, and they're helping me feel better. I'm just salty that James got better already, and I'm just stuck. I'm sorry you woke up to yelling. I hate that for you. I really wish this never happened and we just moved away somewhere we could fish and play with dogs. Pray as we win the lotto or something like a miracle.
Yeah, an acquittal. Pray for an
I'm
acquittal.
sorry again. Yes, ma'am. I'm just coasting. I got a chicken breast today, so I'm making the brick. I did the gauntlet today. Legs, arms, and tummy. No one wants to do that with me. Aw, Lucky. Have you gotten any emergency yet? Hun, trust me, that's exactly what I want. There's just a lot out of our control in this world, and we just have to deal with it. That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
But you know what?
Getting tickets regularly?
You know what's not out of your control is murdering and chopping up your mum and dad, shredding their bodies into little bits and throwing them in the Wisconsin River and setting their heads on fire. You know, that's an element that you can control. Well, you could have done. You can't anymore. And these are the consequences. So, yeah, the whole fishing, move away, fish and play with dogs sounds great. But, you know, you've got a different future now.
It sucks. Sucks that you don't have a workout buddy. Yeah, and it was gross. Yeah, but I don't feel like having to deal with it because it sucks. And I just want to throw a tantrum, but I can't. Every once in a blue moon.
What all have you done today?
Pretty much just spent it with Mom. She needed me to run errands with her, so we got a couple groceries, and she also wanted to see Christmas stuff.
I'm sorry, hun. I really hope you'd stay in bed and get better. Emergency and naps and soup. I wish we could go to Black Friday together.
I wanted to, but you know how Mom is. Me too. I wish we could go grocery shopping and Christmas shopping, or just Target runs like we used to. I miss you pushing the cart around and trying to tell me to be smarter with my money. Simpler times.
I totally understand, LOL. Yes, dear, simpler times. But please try to make the best of a bad situation. Yes, I understand you're upset, but only time will fix things, unfortunately. You can ride in the cart next time. I'll push you around and put the random stuff you grabbed back on the shelf.
How cute.
I'm having a really hard time doing it, hun. You're my person, and I don't have my person. Like we're supposed to be there in times like this for each other. Are you and your team confident? I just really want this all to be over. I love...
Are you and your team confident? Yeah, we're confidently fucked. Are you and your team confident, bless her? I just really want all this to be over. I love riding in the cart, but I want to get... Why am I reading it?
riding in the cart. But I want to get all the Star Wars action figures, and you can't put my babies away. And I want stuffed animals too, and all the pretty clothes and home items. You promised me I got to decorate our place, and I'd like to hold you to that.
I am too, dear. I miss you so dang much. I honestly have no idea if my team is confident or not. Plus, I don't know if they even know what you've been talking about. But I am confident. LOL. I'll just let you grab 2 per trip. Target home decor is gross though. It's all like hippie stuff. But yes, you get to decorate. So your choice.
Hey, man.
Meds are super...
You know, it's better than what you're gonna have.
late, so I'm grumpy and tired. I walked 16 miles or more this evening. Good night, baby. I love you. Feel better, hun.
Okay, hun, if you're confident, I'm gonna keep pushing and keep going. It's just so hard and I don't know anything, and it's a lot for me mentally. Yay, my figure collection will all grow. And it's either Target decor or we're going full Halloween or goth style. I'm sorry meds are late, but dang, 16 miles is a lot, B. Good night, hubby. I love you too, and I'm doing my best to get better.
I'll keep
Wendell.
pushing, dear. Stay strong and keep your head up. Yes, it will.
How you doing,
I
Wendell?
want to make 2 thrones for either end of a really long dining table, LOL. It'll look like something out of an Addams Family movie. I'm happy when I walk. I don't know why, but it's nice. Good morning, wifey. How did you sleep? How are you feeling?
I'm doing my best, hun. LOL. Like Iron Thrones, like in Game of Thrones? I've never seen it. Also, I watched the new Addams Family movie, the animated one, and it was okay, but it was definitely aimed at children, LOL. I'm sure it makes you feel a little healthier. Good morning. I didn't get much sleep, and I'm still not feeling well, so I called out, but I ended up having to take care of my grandma today anyways, so it worked out, I guess. How did you sleep? Sorry it took too long to get back to you. I've been with her all day since I woke up so far.
I don't know what they look like, but maybe. Yeah, I'm sure walking does that, but it helps me think. I'm sorry, dear.
I'm gonna
You should
skip
really
ahead.
try some
Good morning. I got moved to shipping today.
LOL, you don't. Ah, yeah. I understand your logic on that. LOL. No one beats them up anyways. There's one in our
Blah,
game.
blah,
I'm
blah.
probably not gonna be able to use the tablet for the rest of the day, so just in case, good night, baby. I love you.
Yay, and we can try new recipes and stuff. That's good. Have you made a brick today? I didn't. I'm helping Jade and Al set up their Christmas stuff, which is fun. Good night, hun. I love you tons. Sleep well.
Ooh, I want to try to make that fried pork again. I did, yeah. It was great, but I didn't mix it well, so the bottom was all salty. Well, I'm glad you got to do something fun. How many
What is he
decorations
talking
do they put
about?
up each year? Good morning, wifey. How'd you sleep? Not sure if this is safer than the other street. They keep throwing these insane people in here with us. Dinner was better.
I think we need a witness. This is pretty dire. Let's just skip to the end. I want someone to freak out with the pressure.
It's
Oh,
like
long
good and
text.
thick mix. Then sprinkle the fried onions on top and pour the proportional amount of melted butter on the fried onions. Preheat oven to like 325 and bake until the butter darkens the onions just a tad and it should be done. I hope that's easy enough to follow. I kinda just go by feel for almost everything, so directions are hard. Also, I'm just about out of money to text
Patronizing
you with, but I'll
fuck.
make it last for the rest of the night. I just can't check this too
We saw your recipe, man. You can't spell any of the ingredients.
often. I love you, wifey. Also, that's my recipe. Don't steal it. Never mind. Thank you. I'll add it to the tablet right now. I still won't be able to message you until 4, and they brought back the crazy dude, and one of our chargers is broken, so that stinks. Hopefully I'll get a tablet. Well, I'ma start my nap, and I'll talk to you soon. By the way, what do you think I should order food-wise?
LOL, I'm after. I'm sure your suits will fit you fine, hun. If you can jump with me on your back, we're gonna have to recreate that scene in Twilight and be cringe. For my sake. That sounds nice. I don't mind rewatching. I rewatched episodes. I made...
Like today.
Good morning, hun. I slept okay.
Okay, we're done. We're moving forward. What do we have here? Chandler Halderson. Let's just grab a short witness. Then I might try to go to sleep again. How about... that's a detective. Blah, 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 blah. Let's do Mike Hilgendorf.
All right, for the jury.
Thanks, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you for your promptness, and I hope that no one experienced any difficult travel getting here. At the end of the day yesterday, I realized that the weather reports that I ignored made it sound perhaps difficult, and I didn't mention to you that, again, if you find yourself delayed because of some sort of weather situation, just be safe. We will wait. We will wait until everybody's here. I don't know if we'll experience any other type of weather condition as...
Someone needs to give this judge an award for the kindest judge in the country. If you're late because of some dangerous weather, just be safe. We will wait.
We go through the next weeks, but thank you for today, and be in touch with us if you need to contact us if you experience something that you think would be a serious delay for you. I would ask everyone at this time, since I haven't seen you since 4:30 yesterday approximately, is there anyone who was exposed to any information about the case, sought any information, participated in any discussions intentionally or overheard any discussions about these matters? If so, raise your hands. I see no hands. I know that it takes a long time getting into the building in the morning, depending on what else is going on amongst my colleagues on the bench or the different governmental offices in here. And the elevators are slow as well. I just remind everybody that it's best not even to engage in any kind of, normal conversation that you'd spend as you're standing in a line or waiting for something, unless it's someone else that you recognize from the jury and you want to chat and say hi and how was your drive in and so forth. That's just the best and safest precaution to use. And the security situation at the front door does slow things down. I know that because I've gone through that myself. And it's tightened up over time a little bit. So, but it's for everybody's security and safety, and it's something we have to do. Thank you very much. We're here for the second day of trial and the state's case in chief. Could you please call your next witness?
Michael Hilgendorf. You're gonna have the bet, Jim.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay. Good morning, sir. If you are comfortable and willing and believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning, sir. Could you please tell us your name? And I think you're going to have to slow down and spell your last one for us, but spell both your first and last name.
Sure. My name is Michael Hilgendorf, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, and the last name's Hilgendorf.
I'm going to ask if you can grab the mic by the base and pull it towards you a little more. Sure. Sometimes lower voices just don't resonate the way that we need them to under the system. Thanks.
Sure.
Michael, how old a man are you?
53 years old.
And where do you live? Just what town in state?
I live in Madison here on the east side.
Did you know someone by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
Who did you know first?
I knew Krista, went to middle school with her. Me and my wife did.
So you and your wife went to middle school with Krista?
Yes.
And have you known her ever since?
Yes.
Have you been friends with Krista ever since middle school?
Yes.
Could you give us a little bit of history about when Krista...
friends. He's 53 years old. They've been friends. He and his wife have been friends with her since middle school. And now all they have are her legs. And this, surely they would have seen Chandler when he was first born and all of those things, right? And I think with a lot of the witnesses, because it's so soon after the crimes, it just hasn't, really sunk in properly. He still looks here like he doesn't even know if this is real.
Met Bart, whenabouts that was and how they met?
My wife is much more of has much more of a memory on that. But Bart and Krista met. They were working at a store in the mall, and they met there. And that's how their relationship grew there. And
your families maintained a friendship with the Haldersons over the years?
Yes, very close. Our kids are very close, the same age, within 2 weeks.
Would you mind telling me a little bit about your family? You're married. You have a wife?
Yep.
What's her name?
My wife is Jane Hilgendorf.
And you have some daughters?
Yep. I have twin girls, Hannah and Haley Hilgendorf. They're 25.
And preview a little bit today, but they're all going to be here today. They're all here right now, aren't they?
Correct.
Over the years, would your families get together a lot and see each other?
Yep, when we had the chance to get together, we always went out to a Mexican restaurant, Pedro's, that we would always hang out with, and that way we had enough room to everybody to spread out and relax.
Are your kids, your daughters, approximately?
Let's check out the menu at Pedro's. Where would that be? Madison? Pedro's. Permanently closed. Why? Because of this case? They do have a Facebook group. And they're now selling jarred salsa and packeted homemade tortilla chips. They don't seem to have any pictures of the food.
In the same age group as the Halderson boys?
Yes,
And would they be friends with each other?
yes.
How well did you know Bart Halderson?
Very well, very well. I think the only thing that we were good is we don't spend enough time together. You're just busy, but we're close friends, and it was nice when they moved back to Windsor so that we're closer and we could spend more time together.
What kind of things would your families do together?
Well, since they moved down to that pond, we used to do a lot of fishing there. That was fun. But mostly we would just visit and get together or have dinner and as we got older.
The Haldersons have a cabin.
Yes.
Do you know whereabouts that was?
I only know about where it was from going over there. I think it's in Langlade County, but I had never personally been there until driving there.
You never went to the cabin with the Haldersons?
No.
When was the first time you realized that maybe something was up, that either Bart or Krista hadn't been heard from?
Well, the first thing I found that was odd.
Okay, I did find a picture of a dish served at Pedro's, and I think I have found the reason why they are now permanently closed. What the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Come on. Just look at that. Are you fucking kidding me? What is that? How could that possibly look any worse? This is someone took this photo on purpose to showcase their cuisine. Oh. No.
Was I think it was, I'm not sure the actual day, if it was Friday but like July 1st, work called me late in the day because I worked with Krista. And they wanted to know if she had called me and let me know that she wasn't going to come in the day, which I found was odd. It was already late in the day for me. I was within an hour or two of leaving. Sure. And I said, no, I hadn't heard anything, but I would try to call the boys and see if we could figure out, what was going on.
And we should pause because I think we should make sure everyone understands. You worked with Krista.
Yes, Krista worked. She had was going to get a job, and I says, well, we have openings at Zimbrick. I work for Zimbrick Volkswagen in Madison. And so she fit in well over at our used building, which is about one block across the street. And she fit in down there at the body shop very well.
What was her job?
I think she took care of their accounting and their paperwork and ran their customer counters for when the people would come in and pick up their cars.
Got it. So you got a call on that Friday that she had missed work?
Yeah, they called me late in the day to check. And that Friday, we reached out, and I believe Jane called Chandler and Mitchell, and then we, at that point in time, I got back to work, and we were told, obviously, that they had went to the cabin, and we were leaving on vacation for 2 weeks to go to our cabin in Sainer, Wisconsin. And so we took off, and assuming that everything was kosher, and we just left and went on vacation because that's where we were headed.
Did you leave that Friday?
Yes.
So if I told you that Friday was July 2nd, that sound about right to you?
Yeah, it's right in that area.
You're up at your cabin. How long were you planning on staying up there?
I think we were planning on staying until the 9th and then coming back.
At some point, did your concern or your family's concern grow over Bart and Krista and where they were?
Yes, it did. Well, we really hadn't heard a whole lot, and then we had received a call again as far as from Chandler that they still were not missing or not found. And at that point in time, I asked my wife just to get the address, and we would drive there to their cabin to see how they were doing or if they needed help.
Now, this was the next week after that Friday, going into that next week?
Yeah, so I would think that would have been a Wednesday of the next week, if I remember correctly. Okay. So we got up, drove over there, and that was the first time, we'd ever been to that cabin.
How did you get the address?
Chandler gave it to my wife, and then we added it into the GPS and drove over to the cabin.
Okay. So on Wednesday, you drive over. Was it close? Or you're right next door?
No, it was 88 miles away.
Okay, bit of a trek.
Yes.
And it was just you and your wife at that point?
Correct.
Tell me what you found when you got to the cabin.
Absolutely nothing. There was a log over the driveway, which looks like that's the way they had it. It was kind of goes up to like an old wagon wheel and crosses over. So I stepped over that. There was probably, I would say, 12 to 14 inches of grass, so the grass hadn't been cut, and you could see that nobody was there. I did walk around the cabin and look at all the doors, and everything was locked up tight. There was external padlocks on all the doors.
Okay. After walking around the cabin, did you conclude that they hadn't been there?
Correct. I got back in the car with my wife, and I said, they're not here. They haven't been here.
What did you do? What did you do at that point? What did you and your wife do with that information?
Well, at that point in time, then we called Chandler back to let him know that they were not there.
Can I ask you a question? Were you at the cabin, around the cabin, when you called?
Yes.
You had cell phone?
At their cabin.
And you had
Yes.
cell phone service?
Yes.
And did you overhear the conversation with Chandler? Or was
I
it
did.
or was it just your wife on the phone?
No, I overheard it. We have Bluetooth through the stereo of
Through the car?
Yes.
Okay. And did you inform Chandler that his parents weren't there?
Yeah. We told him that the parents weren't there.
What did he say?
At that point in time, he said you didn't see anything. No shotgun shells, no blood, nothing. And I said, absolutely nobody has been here.
He asked if you saw shotgun shells or blood.
Shotgun shells, blood, anything. And I, at that point in time, the conversation ended up fairly quickly. And that's when me and Jane we're back in the car, obviously, and we turned around to head back to our cabin. And I responded to Jane. I said,
Hey, thanks so much, Amanda. Good to see you. Good to be back. Thank you for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Did you already see our new intro? I'll show you later.
this has really given me a sick stomach. I said, this does not seem right. Something's not right here. And that's where we left it.
Okay. What did you end up doing that day?
we ended up going back to our cabin. We slept for a couple hours, put everything in the car, and came directly home that same day. So, which was, I believe, like I said, a Wednesday.
After you got back home, did you yourself have any other contact with Chandler Halderson?
I did not. But on the way home, I know my girls had went over to the house.
Okay. All right, 1 second.
Sure.
No further questions?
Cross-examination?
Hey, look what we can do here.
Good morning.
Do you remember when Darrell Brooks' trial happened, and when it came to his case in chief, he said, the defense would like to call the state of Wisconsin to the stand? We've done it. We've made his dream a reality. So Dane County is way down here, the orange one in the middle. I know you can't see my mouse. Isn't that a shame? There must be a way to point on this software. But then Langlade County is way up here. So yeah, different cell phone tower, Chandler, you fucking moron. Is anybody in the chat in Wisconsin right now? Let us know if you're in Wisconsin. Where's the video?
Good morning.
Just a few questions. You are aware that the Haldersons moved to Plymouth, Wisconsin when Chandler Halderson was around first grade. Is that right?
My wife would remember more things like that. I don't know what age they moved there.
So there was a location move as well. Plymouth was his high school, where he was the swim dive, what is it? Swim dive? So where is Plymouth, Wisconsin? Plymouth, Wisconsin is in... close to Sheboygan. Has anyone seen Surf's Up? That's where Chicken Joe is from. Let's bring up a picture of Chicken Joe. So, if Chandler was in Plymouth, there's a very good chance that he might have been friends with Chicken Joe.
There was a chunk
Before Joe moved to Hawaii, of course.
of time, maybe 10 years, when they didn't live in Dane County and lived in Plymouth, Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, is it safe to assume that the regular meetings at Pedro's, and of course, they weren't living in the house with the fishing, so those things weren't happening, correct?
Correct.
And so you were getting together with them less than you would when they lived close by?
I myself, yes. My wife was still getting together with her off and on. My wife would drive up.
When you went to the cabin in July of...
And if anyone is wondering, from Plymouth to DeForest is a 92.3 mile drive with an average duration of 1 hour and 28 minutes.
2021, Were you looking for any evidence or any information about what might or might not have happened up there?
I was looking for Krista and Bart, and I didn't find any evidence that anybody would be there, or was there for a matter.
When you were looking around, you found at least one shell casing somewhere on the property, correct?
No.
And you brought that up with Chandler when you talked to him on the phone, correct?
That I found a shell casing?
Yeah.
No, I said we didn't find anything there. I didn't say anything about shells.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused and released?
He may.
Thank you so much, sir. You have a good rest of your day.
And Judge, could we approach for, I promise it'll only be about 5 seconds?
Sure.
And you can head out, sir.
Okay.
Perhaps I can make a record after you tell me what it is, so. Sure. We can just.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Who is this now?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are a few witnesses who have, I've been advised, have spoken with the state's attorneys regarding concerns they have based upon their own personal circumstances or employment situations where they've requested that they be permitted to remain masked while testifying. I realize that being able to see someone's face is the most helpful, but in these times and with the necessity of people responding to subpoenas for which they have no choice but to respond, I think it's the least we can do to honor their concerns and their considerations. So I would ask you to not hold it against any witness if they were to not even be asked to unmask while they're testifying. I wanted to explain why I'm not having that conversation with this witness, and there may be some others throughout the trial. So I appreciate your understanding of that factor. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Could you please state your name, both first and last, for the record, and spell them?
My name is Haley Hilgendorf, Hailey, Hilgendorf.
How old are you, Haley?
25.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a nurse on an inpatient rehab unit.
Did you know 2 individuals by the
I guess there's a lot of those in Wisconsin, huh?
name of Krista Halderson and Bart Halderson?
Yes.
How'd you know them?
Aunt and uncle.
Okay. And you're not related by blood, is that fair?
Correct.
So how did your family know them?
Mom and Krista were friends for 38 years, and so we kind of just grew up with their family. Best family friends, and seeing as Krista didn't have much family around, we kind of just became their family, and they became ours.
Was Bart...
Whole lot of love here, you know? That Chandler, you know, just... You see what I mean about none of it has sunk in for these people yet at all. I wonder how they're getting on today. I hope they're, you know, that they got through this all. I mean, what a thing to happen. What a thing to happen.
Uncle Bart?
Uncle Bart.
And, just tell me briefly, what sort of things would you guys do when you got together, or?
He would be on a work trip, and he'd come down to Milwaukee while we were in college, and he'd just ask us if we wanted to go out to dinner, if we were in town, or if he wanted us to swing by, hang out, if we needed help with our student loans, anything like that.
All right. How did you first learn that Bart and Krista were missing?
From my mom freaking out.
Okay. In a phone call?
Yes.
Based on that conversation, what, if anything, did you decide to do?
I decided to come home from Milwaukee and figure it out for myself.
Okay. And what did you do once you came home?
As soon as I got home, I talked to my mom for a little while and decided that I should head over to the Halderson residence.
And why'd you do that?
Because since they're like family, I'm sure that Krista would wanted us to take care of her boys as my parents would have wanted us to take care of them.
Okay. And who was at the Halderson home?
Chaz and a bunch of other detectives and stuff.
Okay. And you say Chaz, you mean Chandler?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see Chandler in the courtroom today?
Yes.
At this moment, I'd ask anyone within the courtroom, but not in the jury box, to lower their mask for the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and replace your masks.
Could you identify him by where he's seated and maybe the color of his shirt?
He's to my right over here with a blue shirt.
Ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
So, do you remember what day this was that you went over to the Halderson home?
Pretty sure it was Wednesday.
Okay, so that would have been July 7th. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you go over there with the intention of doing?
Making him dinner and making sure he was okay.
Okay. Did you go with anyone, go by yourself, or something else?
I went with my twin sister, Hannah.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what time you guys showed up?
5:36.
Okay, so dinner time.
Dinner time.
Okay. Explain to
Someone brought this up in the comments yesterday when Chandler said that Bart had got the big green egg fired up at 8:39. And they brought it up that it's not 8:39 as in 39 minutes past 8, it's 8:30 or 9. And she just did the same with 5:36. But it's said so quickly that it sounds like 5:36.
To me, was this the first time you'd been at the house, or had you been there many times in the past?
I've been in there quite a few times in the past.
How did the house look that day?
A little different. I noticed the couches were covered. And I didn't notice too much else. There was a table that was turned on its side. And I can't remember much else, to be honest.
Okay. You said the couches were covered. Do you mean like with blankets? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Did Chandler say anything about that at any point to you?
No.
Okay. And where was the table on its side that you saw?
Have you been in there?
You can explain what room. We've shown pictures.
It's just in the kitchen where the tile was, like near the wall.
Okay. Did you take any pictures of anything in the home that day?
Yeah, I took a picture of the table with the Chris's handwriting.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know, because I was trying to figure out if they actually left or not. Like, I was trying to make sure that, like, I don't know, I guess I was conflicted because I heard that they left unannounced, but then I heard that there was a possibility that my parents picked him up, and I'm like, because I actually wanted to know if I was trying to figure out who Pam was, because I've never heard of Pam, and that was the name on the bottom.
Pam, that was the note on the table. Let's see if we can find that. We had a look at that in the police walkthrough video yesterday, or this morning, or whatever. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Krista Halderson's note. No. I don't know. It just said, hi Chandler, have a great day. Here's Pam's number in case. And Haley Hilgendorf has no idea who Pam is. Does she exist? Or is she just another fake Gmail account holder?
It said, call Pam if you need anything. So I was like, Mom, who's Pam? But I didn't want to forget who the number and name was on there. So that's why I originally took it.
Okay. All right, so when you get to the house, do you have any interactions with Chandler?
Yes, he greets us at the door and gives us a side hug.
He gave you a side hug? Is that how he normally greeted you?
No. We're a
Explain
hugging
that.
family. We all hug each other, full arms, straight on.
Other than the side hug, how would you describe Chandler's demeanor?
I would just say he was preoccupied. He had a lot of other stuff going on. There wasn't much he could do with us. He was very busy.
So when you got there, did
Yeah. His house is full of detectives and he's not finished cleaning up at all. A lot going on. I can only do a side hug today, Haley. Sorry.
you guys talk? Did you make dinner? What occurred?
We ended up not making dinner because the detectives were there for a while. My sister and I sat up on the couches while they were downstairs doing stuff with the detectives. And then at one point we helped out with the dogs because we know they're dogs and they're very scared of people. So we took them out the back and we were playing with them outside for a while, playing fetch. And then we'd come in because one of the dogs got hurt. And so we decided that we'd just bring them in because we don't want them to keep running around if they're already hurt. And then we fed them dinner upstairs. So we returned back upstairs.
Okay, you fed the dogs dinner.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened next?
Detectives left probably like 15, 20 minutes after that. And then my sister and I sat at the table with Chandler.
Hold on one second. Oh, I gave it to you. Fix it. Did you and Chandler discuss anything of note on September 7th, or on July 7th when you were over at his house?
The thing that stuck out to me most was about the text messages. So, you want me to explain that?
Sure.
Okay. So we were like sitting down. We were just like talking in general, like asking how he was doing. He said he was fine. He's hanging in there. He's just trying to figure out what's going on. And that was my only red flag looking back when he said they asked me for text messages. The detectives did, and you never have to give them your phone. You can just send screenshots because they got everything they need.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. Chandler's parents are missing.
We didn't know that at that point, but yeah.
Okay. Police are there investigating. The police leave. And he gives you advice that you don't have to turn your phone over to police.
Yeah, he said mirroring. The term mirroring.
Instead, he says,
It's a shame Michelle's packing because I want to know what Haley puts on her hair. Egg whites and Miracle Grow, I'll bet.
don't turn over your phone, take screenshots.
Yeah.
And that was his concern at that moment on July 7th.
It was one of them, but that's the one that like stuck out to me.
Did you have some communications with Chandler, let me back up. Tell me about leaving the house that evening. When did you guys decide to leave, and was there anything that made you leave?
We left because he said he was gonna go eat dinner with Gail and Rick, so that's why we ended up not making dinner ourselves with him. We just left the groceries on the car.
Gail and Rick, I think those are the people that Kat was helping put up Christmas decorations sometime in December 21.
We never took them in.
Okay. And you leave with your sister?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any conversations, text messages, or phone calls with Chandler the following day, Thursday, July 8th?
I think it was the 8th. Okay. I do have text messages with him, but I don't remember which day.
Fair enough. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 44. Okay. How would you describe Exhibit 44? And you can turn the page if you would need to.
Is the whole thing?
Yeah, how would you describe it?
Okay. Normal, but still seeming concerned that his parents are missing and he needs help still.
All right. Is Exhibit 44 text message exchange between you and Chandler?
It is.
And although it has a day or two before, specifically, it's Thursday and it says 2:06 p.m. Is that fair?
Yeah,
And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the text messages between you two?
it is.
All right, I'd move Exhibit 44 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would ask for the Elmo.
It may be published.
And Haley, there should be a screen right in front of you that you should be able to look at.
Okay.
Although this is sometimes. So we're just gonna start the Thursday, and again, that would be July 8th. And is this what you wrote? Hey, how are you doing today?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And then Chandler writes, I'm doing all right. I found some keys and my brother's heading up to the cabin now, so we will know more soon. Mm-hmm. And how do you respond?
And I said, okay, sounds good. Let us know. It's kind of clear. Let us know if you need it.
Bearing in mind that Haley's parents, Michael and I forget the mother's name. The Hilgendorfs have already been up to the cabin, and there ain't nothing there. And I believe local sheriffs went out there too.
Anything, I believe.
If you need help with anything?
Yeah.
All right. And then Chandler responds, thanks, Kat came over to help out around the house. I might ask my neighbor to help with the lawn because the mower shakes my head way too much. And how do you respond?
Thanks. Kat came over to help out around the house. I might ask my neighbor to help with the lawn because the mower shakes my head way too much. And you're telling me that this guy doesn't feel like an inadequate, nothing piece of shit? I mean, my God. Imagine typing that out as an expression of your own self and then actually pressing send to another human being.
Again, it's clear, but I said, okay, I can ask my dad too.
And Chandler then responds, that would be nice of you. But he's a really busy guy. Okay.
Translation, what time can he come over? That would be nice of you, but he's a really busy guy. If that were an actual concern, it would be written, don't be silly, I'm not going to ask your dad to do it. I know how busy he is. I'll find someone. Don't worry about it. That would be nice of you, but he is a really busy guy. Fucking what a twat. He's not even good at it. You know what I mean?
Do you understand or do you know why Chandler made the comment about his head and mowing the lawn?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I had heard he'd fallen down the stairs in the middle of the night, the second set of stairs, because they were remodeling their home. So the upstairs bathroom one was still torn up. They did the basement one first. So their rooms are upstairs on the split level. So he was headed downstairs to use the one that was finished, to my understanding.
And did you know anything else about his injury?
From what I heard, he was supposed to be in a collar.
Was he in a collar when you saw him on the 7th?
No.
On the 7th, when you saw him, did he complain about his head, his neck, his shoulders, or anything else?
He was walking a little different than normal, so I asked him, and he said that's just part of the injury.
Okay. Anything else? No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Have
Thank
a good
you.
rest of your day.
State now calls Hannah Hilgendorf to the stand.
They did totally gut the kitchen, by the way. I've just seen it here. Totally different. You want to have a look? Let's go through the house again. We went through the police walkthrough previously. So 1920 by 1080. Oh, we can't full screen? You guys see that? Totally remodeled, new floor. Totally gutted kitchen. This whole central island that wasn't there. The fridge was in a different. Everything is different. Did a pretty good job. It's not bad. Okay. Nice lawn, nice tree. Pond. The cops went through the entire pond, no evidence. No evidence was found. So that is not the fireplace that he used. Where is that fireplace? Because I'm sure I remember it being still damaged on the stonework, despite these pretty plush renovations. Of course, they've got the wide-angle lens on there. There it is. So I can't zoom in here for some reason, but I'd say, so they've replaced the entire unit, but even from this distance you can still see that there was some major smoke damage. And if there was smoke damage while he was burning his parents' heads in that little box, that means that there will be human matter, particles, grease, all on that stonework. I'd want it removed. If you're going to go to the major renovation level that they have obviously gone to, take down these rock bricks, do something else in that area. They did leave, that's the spare room, master bedroom, wet room, which one was Chandler's room? I'll know it. Was that all the bedrooms? Oh, it must be from a different angle. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's definitely not that one. And that doesn't make sense either. Unless they've flipped, you know, put the photo backwards maybe. I don't suppose it matters. Yeah, this bathroom, they did these renovations. This was the one that they'd just finished. Same wet room. Wonder who lives there now. Has it got a sale price? Did it say what it went for? $482. $482. It's not that much. Hello, Barbara O'Keefe.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, this is the funny twin. She's hilarious. Hannah.
Hello.
Good morning. Go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm going to ask that you pull that mic right up to you since you're going to leave your mask on. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Okay. My name is Hannah Hilgendorf. My first name is spelled Hanna, and my last name is Hilgendorf, Hilgendorf.
How old are you, Hannah?
I am 25 years old.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a nurse.
All right. Did you know two people by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
How'd you know them?
My mom was best friends with Krista growing up, and then she met Bart, and they've been a huge part of our lives, our entire life.
In fact, you called them aunt and uncle?
Yes.
And how did you learn this summer that Bart and Krista were missing?
Okay. I was living by myself at the time, so I talked to my parents every once in a while, and sorry, I have to breathe. Okay, so wait, how did I know what?
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
How did you learn that Bart and Krista were missing?
Okay. So my sister came over to pick me up, and we were gonna go shopping at Target, and we were hanging out, and then my parents called, and they were talking to Haley, my sister. Haley's.
I know it's crazy, Pariah. I'm awake, you're awake, we're all awake, we're here. We don't know why. I'm coming up on 11 hours. Did kind of take a break in the middle, but I couldn't sleep.
My twin sister, our only sister. So I was in the car with her, and she just starts saying talking to my parents, I can't believe she hasn't, answered yet, or another no call, no show to work. And I was like, what are you talking about? Why are mom and dad freaking out that Krista's not hanging out with them? This is they're adults doing their own thing, and then I was and then she stops, she gets off the phone, and she just tells me everything, they've apparently been no calling, no showing to work, and she's not answering her phone, and the only person that my mother had spoken to was Chandler Halderson, and so and
the only thing he had to say was did you see any shell casings or pools of blood? What is wrong with him? What is wrong with him? I mean, aside from all of his actions, just his general, method of basic communication. It's way off. It's way off. Especially when you're trying to, you know, paint a picture of everything is status quo here. Nothing
And
to
my
see.
mother, well, that's the only person that she was getting a hold of at the time, trying to figure out what's going on, and he seemed to have known where they had went.
Okay.
So,
based
yeah.
on learning that Bart and Krista were missing, what, if anything, did you decide to do?
Okay, so I decided, you know, we need to be here for Chandler. At this time, I didn't know anything about, like, you know, much except for they were missing, and Mitchell and Chandler Halderson were, like, we were really close to them growing up. So I said, man, like, Chaz is, like, home all alone there, you know, like, without them, like, this is so sad. And so we run inside, and we had just bought some food to cook, and we were gonna go cook it at their house because we were like, well, let's just go over there now. Instead of cooking it here, we'll just go run there and say hello to him. And when we pull in the drive, I just remember, like, there was the DAs were there, or detectives, I don't know what you guys are. Okay, but you guys were there, and then
She is the best witness of all time. I think we should start her again. She's fantastic. What a great way of expression. You know, I just think she's wonderful. These hand gestures. I'm being genuine. I really think she's entertaining in a nice way. You know what I mean? Tamer Nagel, thanks so much for the comment. Colleen, I just thanked you, Colleen, for your coffee, and now you're back again. Yeah, we're still going. I tried to sleep. It didn't work out.
The police.
yes.
But in plain clothes.
Okay, yes, the police. I don't know what they really, okay. So, I was like, whoa, this is, like, crazy, you know, like, what is, like, going on? So we go inside, and, yeah.
Okay. Hannah, had you been over to the 4595 Oak Spring Circle address in the past?
Yes.
Did the house look the same, different, or something else?
A bit different.
Tell me about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he'd completely taken over the house within 2 days, 3 days of murdering his parents. I mean, I know that they were renovating, so stuff was kind of in disarray, but you could tell most of it was down to him. What the fuck was that table doing on its side? Why would that happen anywhere? You know, the fucking couch for, ugh.
Just, like, each detail of
What you remember, yeah.
Okay. So there were sheets on the couches, and then in the
Oh, thank you so much, Pariah, for the coffee. There's no why. Good to hear you always. Thank you. Good to see you, Pariah. What was I going to say? I was going to say hello, Donna Bowen.
basement, I remember, like, there was these couches pushed together with a blanket laying over the couch as to, like, you could, like, lay in that, basically, you know? And Chandler had mentioned he was sleeping downstairs to one of the police that was, when they were downstairs, I heard him saying that. So he had just been sleeping in the basement with two couches, or like, it's almost like a little fort looking thing that he built for himself, basically, downstairs.
It's almost like a little fort looking thing that he built for himself because he's a grown up now. He sat in his fort and he ate Cheetos, and not even the original ones, but some fucking god awful third flavor. I don't even know what that would be. What? I bet there's fucking thousands of flavors of Cheetos in the States, right? We went through the list of the various Mountain Dew variety, the full variety. It's amazing. It's amazing. Let's look up the Cheetos. Cheetos flavors. See if we can identify Chandler Halderson's #1 go-to munch bag. Cheetos Crunchy, Cheetos Puffs, Cheetos Sweet Chili, Cheetos Puffs Flamin' Hot Chili, Simply Cheetos with Cheddar, Cheetos Crunchy Buffalo, Cheetos Puffs Cheese, Cheetos Cheddar Jalapeno, Cheetos Oven Baked Crunch, Cheetos Cheddar Jalapeno something, Cheetos Green Onion. I'm betting he's going with the Oven Baked Crunch. No, that's 50% less fat. Crunchy Buffalo, definitely Crunchy Buffalo.
I can't say to be exact because the picture gets less clear in your mind as time goes on.
Sure.
But it was like a forward-looking thing.
Okay, and did Chandler say anything to you, or did you overhear him saying anything about the sheets on the couch?
Yes, I heard him talking to the police saying that one of the people that he had, you know, because he went to you guys and explained that his parents were missing, because talking to my parents really were very adamant that he went and reported this. And apparently, like, there was another police earlier that day before Sims and this other detective or police, and he, okay, that had went there, and apparently that other detective didn't like,
utterly delightful
looking thing that he built for himself, basically downstairs. I can't say to be exact because the picture gets less clear in your mind as time goes on.
Sure.
But it was like a forward-looking thing.
Okay, and did Chandler say anything to you, or did you overhear him saying anything about the sheets on the couch?
Yes, I heard him talking to the police saying that one of the people that he had...
Dog hair. I bet it's dog hair, right? He loves to blame dog hair. It's like any evidence they come to him with, they're like, what about, there seems to have been a lot of mopping in the basement. He's like, did you see the dog hair? You change the sheets every day? Well, you know, the dog hair, they in the summer they shed a lot, so it makes it hard to sleep with the dog hair.
You know, because he went to you guys and explained that his parents were missing, because talking to my parents really were very adamant that he went and reported this. And apparently, like, there was another police earlier that day before...
Yeah, they were really adamant. As soon as he started going on about shell casings and pools of blood, they were like, listen, fucko, get your ass down to the local police station and make a report. You're the only one that can do it. It's your house. It's your parents. You saw them last. Go and make that report.
Sims and this other detective or police, and he, okay, that had went there, and apparently that other detective didn't like the dog hair on the couches, so he had placed sheets on the couches to protect him from sitting on dog hair.
So some other...
So he's blaming... He put sheets on the couches to protect the detective who didn't like sitting on dog hair. Is that the story? Have I got that right?
Sim really were very. He went to you guys and explained that his parents were missing because talking to my parents really were very adamant that he went and reported this. And apparently, like, there was another police earlier that day before Sims and this other detective or police, and he that had went there, and apparently that other detective didn't like the dog hair on the couches, so he had placed sheets on the couches to protect him from sitting on dog hair.
So
He wanted to protect the detective who was taking a missing person report from him, so he went to the trouble of putting sheets over the couches. I mean, what?
Other unknown police officer had asked Chandler to cover the couches?
Yes.
Because of dog hair?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
Did you observe anything about the fireplace that was unusual?
No, I didn't look at it.
Okay.
I walked past it, but it's like my mind was just like, this is such a weird situation, and I want to not be here at all anymore, like, from the moment I walked.
Yeah, they're freaked out, right? They're just like, what is going on? We came to make him dinner and offer moral support, but we are going now, immediately. Get in the fucking car.
I didn't want to be there at all, so.
What do you mean when you say it was a weird situation?
Well, first off, the police are there, and I didn't know at all, like, anything of this caliber could be possibly ever be going on, that I would ever experience this in my life. And the feeling I received from Chandler was different to me than that of that I normally feel from him. And so it's just weird.
Okay.
I gave him a hug right when I walked in, and it wasn't like, oh my God, good to see you, And I know that his parents were missing and stuff, but it was just he seemed different than he normally does.
Yeah, his parents were missing, and he was very busy putting sheets on all of the furniture to protect the detective.
He's the more like warmer one usually.
And he was less.
Don't believe it, sister. That's what they call an act.
Warm on this occasion.
Yes, I would say less warm.
Did he make any statements about his health or how he was feeling?
Well, yes.
Yeah, he said he couldn't mow the fucking lawn. My brain is broken, and my nerve, it's all twisty, and my legs, I've noticed them, so definitely not mowing the lawn today.
I guess I didn't know he had hurt his neck and stuff like that, prior to this. But apparently he had said something about a neck brace. And I know after the fact, talking to my mom about that he had fallen down his stairs. Oh wait, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. I asked if Chandler spoke to his health or how he was feeling.
Yes, okay, sorry. I get off the beaten path and then I'm like just telling you.
That's okay. I know you're incredibly nervous.
So, yes. Okay. So he had said he just...
You don't help someone who's incredibly nervous by saying to everyone in the room and the world that you know that they're incredibly nervous. Thanks. That really chills me out.
His head didn't feel right. He was explaining, he hadn't really gotten to eat all day, and he hasn't gotten a lot of sleep and his head just really doesn't feel right, is what he had kept telling us.
Do you remember telling the detectives that he told you that his head is messed up?
Yeah, like he just didn't feel.
We noticed that from his interview. So, killed them on the Thursday and got straight to work, dismembered them, at least Bart's head, arms, legs, and Krista's head, at least, probably the whole lot, right? Just get straight to it, not a moment to spare. Then stayed up the whole night long, burning their fucking body parts with the almost disaster explosion that could have just, you know, burnt the entire house down. I mean, a fire for the fire department. It wasn't like he rigged the house to burn, you know. I mean, the fire department would have put that out pretty quick, and then there'd have just been all of these body parts everywhere. Anyway, so he stayed up that whole night. Then he's straight down in the morning to Fleet Farm, picking up the tarps, picking up the murder kit, $49.99. He's texting Kat as well on the Friday. Bring the Swiffer wet jet, hydrogen peroxide. And I think that was the night where he said, she came over and then he said, yeah, I've got chores to do all night. So you can go and then you can come back in the morning and we'll go to the farm together. Lunch, food at 3:30 is what they said for the barbecue, 4th of July. So let's be pretty sure that he stayed up that whole night as well. Or did she end up staying over? I don't really remember. And then the Sunday was the barbecue and the fireworks and all that kind of, we've got to do normal stuff because it's a holiday, and if I'm absent, that's really fucking obvious. So the cleanup is on hold. Monday, he's driving around, he's in and out of the garage all night, 7-8 times, the lights going on, that's all captured on video throughout the night. He's on the phone, driving around Wisconsin, Madison at 4:30 in the morning. So Tuesday was the very, very first time that he got to have any rest whatsoever. But that was also the day that stuff started heating up with the calls from work, from Dan, from Curtis, and also the Hilgendorfs. I think that was when they went up, right? And then Wednesday, he's making the report. So, man, he must have had like 3 hours sleep in a week. And then you go into the interrogation room for the conversation of your entire life, the biggest thing ever.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm. Something of that caliber, yes.
Was Chandler wearing a neck brace when you saw him on July 7th?
No.
How did you know about the neck brace?
I had, my mom had told me after the fact, I was like, this is just weird. Like, what in the heck is going on? You know, talking to my parents about this, and she said that he had fallen. I said there was something about that, and then my mom had mentioned what had happened prior.
Okay. Do you, at some point that evening, talk to Chandler about his parents being missing?
Yes. So, you know, we sit down at the table, and the detectives leave. I wanted to go with them, but...
Why?
Just a weird vibe, and this is just not somewhere... I just didn't feel very safe. Like, I felt... I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I'm sitting in the middle.
Amazing when people pick up on this, isn't it? To this degree. young girl, and she's like, you know, it's not like there's anything super explicit to be worried about. It's someone that she's known her entire life, but the detectives are going, and she's like, hey, listen, I want to go with you guys because you guys have guns and you're sworn to protect. So can we have a ride? Intuition. Follow the intuition.
Of what now seems to be a crime scene with somebody who is acting differently than I'm used to. And it just doesn't feel like a good idea.
Okay. And what, if anything, did Chandler say about his parents being missing?
Okay. Well, do you want me to answer the first? It was about the, what he said differently? Or you said, never mind. Okay, sorry.
I don't know what my previous question was.
It was gonna be a...
Why don't we just start fresh? And what, if anything, did Chandler say about his parents being missing?
Okay. He said, you know, in the moment he told me, you know, they're probably just at a casino.
What did you think of that comment?
There's no way. There's just no way that they are like just the sweetest, loving people you will ever meet. And there is no way that, you know, they would have ever put anyone that they love or care about in a situation where they're worried about where they are. You know, she's like, do you need a glass of water? Do you need this? Do you need that? Like very sweet, loving, like caring people. There is nobody sweeter than those two. Like anything that they can do for you, they're gonna do it, and they would never make anybody worried about where they are kind of people, and especially no way to a casino. Like she is a very modest, very kind of shyer person and wouldn't be doing that.
Why would he try and paint that picture? Blowing all their money in a casino all night long for days, to the point where they're just saying, fuck work, we're not even calling in. Going with a mystery couple, not telling anyone, not taking their own car. Filling the trunk, filling all their luggage with booze and cash. What is in this guy's head?
Did Chandler say anything else about his parents being missing besides the casino comment?
Really, he just kind of questioned me, like, should he make a Facebook post?
Tell me about that.
Well, we sat down, and me and my sister went up, and we're sitting at the main dining table in the upstairs, and he said, like, I don't know what to do now. Like, should I make a Facebook post? Like, right after the police had left, and I was thinking to myself, I wanted to say...
But you didn't think you'd ask the police that if you had a question?
Duh, you know, like, your parents are missing. It's almost feeling like you have to think about how to act, you know? Like, if your parents are missing, you go online, you tell everybody, you go to the police the day of, especially a no-call, no-show to work. They would have never done that. So, and to ask me, you know, what you should do now, and should you make a Facebook post, like, how should you go about this? It was just interesting. And
giving your phones to police.
Yeah, that's like the first thing we had discussed. So he said that if a cop ever asks you to take your phone, you do not need to give your phone to them, because you can show them everything that they need without letting them mirror your phone. And that was like one of the first things that he had said to me. That's why I was like, I don't know. I was like, are you kidding me? Your parents are missing again. In my head, your parents are missing you had apparently had contact with your parents, which I had learned later down the road talking to my mother after the fact. It wasn't my thing that I heard.
I don't think it can be argued against that degradation was something that he was seeking. You know, even when faced with the necessity of his choices, or the subsequent necessity born of his choices, to dispose of the bodies. I mean, if I, for some reason, killed my dad and needed to get rid of the body, I wouldn't cut his head off and put it in the fireplace and have to watch it. You know, that feels like some kind of score being settled. You know what I mean? Look at you now. You wanted me to make my bed? Look at you now. You told me to get a job? Look at you now, motherfucker. You uncovered my web of lies? Look at you now, motherfucker. Burning your head. You know, I'd find some other way to do it in that very unlikely situation, but I would not be, you know, doing that. It feels like that they're beyond the subsequent necessity born of his choices. There was another situation going on for him to really fucking degrade these motherfuckers, you know, to just mutilate them and give them the ultimate fucking inhuman treatment that you could possibly imagine. I mean, I was just playing with the picture of Bart's torso, and I can't share it, unfortunately. But I did grab another picture of his head and photoshopped it on. And in an ironic way only, it is quite funny. In a sick way, but I'm not going to share it. But yeah, I bet.
No, but it's just another thing adding to the story of like, your parents are missing, why don't you let them near your phone so we can figure out if you had tried to call them, if we could see the location on the phone or anything like that.
Hey, Evelina, how's it going? How's York? How's York?
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
I have nothing, thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Yes.
Ms. Hilgendorf, thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Fucking round of applause for Miss Hilgendorf. What a fucking show. What a delightful treat that was. Great kid, man. Oh, absolutely brilliant.
State calls Jane Hilgendorf.
Oh, Jane's gonna tell it like it is, man.
Hey, Jane. You're gonna go with that gentleman right there.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give this matter is the truth, the whole truth,
Well, maybe we should play our intro again. Don't forget, you can support our coconut coffee with buymeacoconutcoffee.com/coconut metrics, coconut true crime, coconut metrics, true crime coffee metrics. Yeah, links are in the description, or it's real simple now. Real simple. You know what they've done? Those smart fucks? I love this. Look at this short URL. It's just cough.ee/true crime. What is it? Metrix. Beautiful. Love what they've done with the link. Let's go to the intro. And bosh. That gets me every time. Okay. So we are playing Jane Hilgendorf now. We did the whole family in a row. They really should have had their own video. Play. Michelle! Oh, you missed some of the nicest hair, Michelle. I called your name, but we know you're busy. Yeah, we're still going. I just couldn't sleep. It's too damn hot.
Good morning. If you are willing and feel you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Could you please tell us your name and spell it out?
Jane Hilgendorf, Hilgendorf.
And just because we have a record, I have to, even though I think I know, you have to spell your first name.
Jane, Jane.
And Jane, who are you married to?
Michael Hilgendorf.
You'll be happy to know he testified and he deferred to you a lot, so we're going to ask you a lot of questions.
Okay.
Did you know someone named Bart and Krista Halderson?
I did.
Who did you know first?
Krista.
Tell me about how you knew Krista.
Well, we met in middle school. We didn't become really good friends until high school. She became my best friend our freshman year. We sat together every morning before my English class outside Miss Bear's room.
Where were you all going to school?
We both went to East High School.
Here in Madison?
Yep.
Do you remain friends with Krista your whole life?
Yep. 39 years. She's been my best friend.
Could you give us a little bit of history of Krista after high school? What did she do?
So, after high school, she went to Eau Claire College. Her dad got...
That's where the goddamn friggin' what's her name? Ezra McCandless. Maybe we should set up shop in Wisconsin for a little while. Well, we could have the whole channel. We could just go back and forth. Florida, Wisconsin.
Sick. And so she came back to Madison and finished her college career at UW-Madison.
Do you know what she majored in?
Art history.
Why do you laugh?
Well, because it's not
many jobs in...
Because there's no art history factory to work at?
Not a job you can go and be like, oh, I'm an art history major. Can I...
There's no art history factory.
Correct.
Okay.
I must have remembered that. I didn't, yeah. Well, there you go.
After graduating with a degree in art history, what did Krista do with her life?
She worked at Boston Store, Home Goods.
What does that mean? What's Boston Store? Boston Store. Ooh. What is this? Looks like ablutions and stuff like that.
She got married to Bart.
How did she meet Bart?
They both worked together at Boston Store.
Okay.
She was a manager and he was a clerk.
Was that the one here in Madison?
Yep, at East Town Mall.
Used to exist. About when, and I don't expect an exact date, but about when did they get married?
When did they get married?
Yeah, what year, if you know, or approximately.
94? 1994?
This came up yesterday. So Krista was born in 68, Bart 71, and they got married in 94. So that would mean Krista was 26 and Bart was only 23 years old. How about that, Bart? Should we have a look at their wedding picture? Bart and Krista wedding picture. Well, Halderson, let's put Halderson. What? You would think that would come right up, but it doesn't. We saw it yesterday on some video. It doesn't matter. He was 23 and she was 26.
July 31st.
July 31st,
Yeah.
1994? Where did the Halderson...
Confirmed, because Krista's birthday is the 25th, January 25th, and Bart's birthday is the 14th of May.
Start their family? What town were they living in when they started?
DeForest.
And how long did they live in DeForest, approximately?
Probably 6-ish years, maybe.
Okay.
When
And-
they bought the house, because they had lived in an apartment up until that point, and then they bought a house. And then on Mohawk, 505 Mohawk. And then
Jane F. Jane F. Who's Jane F? I saw Jane F in another chat and she said Metrix went all scorched earth on me. I said, oh, he saved me the job. I can go back now. Oh, he saved me the job. She wasn't happy. Oh, I think I get it. I remember someone called Jane something. Yeah, bad attitude. Bad attitude.
the boys
Ooh.
went to
Thank you so much, someone, for this fabulous cup of coconut coffee. Yeah, all good here. All good with soap? Where's soap? She's busy. She's checking the couch for softness. Is it soft enough, soap?
to school, like kindergarten and first grade there. And then they moved to Plymouth.
And is Plymouth where they resided for quite a while?
Yeah.
Creasman, that was it. Jane Creasman. Yeah, it's like, I put up with it for a while, but it just went on, and then it's like, okay, you know what, just cut the shit.
Yep.
Okay. How far away was Plymouth from you?
About 2 hours and 15 minutes from house to house.
That was the farthest you'd ever probably lived away from Krista?
Yes.
And did you maintain your friendship during that time?
Yes.
The boys were born and they went to school in Plymouth?
They were born in DeForest.
Okay.
Started school in DeForest and then went to Plymouth to school.
And did they go all the way through school in Plymouth, or did they move before they graduated?
Nope. Bart had received another job when Chandler was a senior, and Chris is like, we're not moving him until he's done with high school so that he can finish out at one school.
So the boys were able to graduate from Plymouth?
Correct.
And Bart's new job drew him closer to you again.
Yes,
And you were happy with that.
I was excited about that, yes.
And they went back to the same general area of Dane County.
What age do you graduate high school? 18? So 5 years they would have been back.
Windsor, but yeah.
And that's the house on Oak Spring Circle.
Correct.
So they moved there just after Chandler would have gotten done with high school.
Correct.
Maybe 5 years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
Throughout all of these years, your families stayed connected, were friends.
Yes.
Tell me what types of things you do together.
So once, I believe it was winter break, Krista and I and the two boys and my two girls, my twins, we went to like Blue Harbor and stayed in a hotel at a water park. We would do dinners together, usually at Pedro's in Madison. They would come down and that was our spot, and we would all go out to dinner. Krista and I would visit each other, periodically. She would drive to Madison or I would go up there. Like on the girls' last day of, I don't even know what grade they were in, after they were done, because they only go for a short period of time in the morning, we drove to Krista and we went to Sheboygan to the beach.
Oh, okay.
Sheboygan, we got to bring our man Chicken Joe back. Where's Chicken Joe? Has anyone not seen Surf's Up? Because second to Finding Nemo, it definitely is. Finding Nemo is pretty unbeatable by anything, and not in my opinion. It's just a fact. But Surf's Up, a little bit different, but also very good. There's Chicken Joe. There he is. Isn't he great? From Sheboygan. And he actually, in that picture, I don't even want to say this to be insulting to Chicken Joe, but that posture is very Chandler Halderson, isn't it?
Just hung out for the afternoon.
That state park that's over there?
Yep.
Andre Kohler, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that is correct.
I've been to all the state parks. That's what
Okay.
all 48.
I don't remember it. She just drove.
48 state parks, huh? Well, something to do on the weekend.
I just rode.
Okay.
Thank you, Evelina. I said thank you. I said, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Let me check. Dziękuję. I said dziękuję.
Hard question, and feel free to tell me if you can't answer it, but you were around these folks a lot with their kids. What kind of parents were Bart and Krista?
Amazing.
What do you mean by that?
They never really got angry. Like, I'll throw myself under the bus because when I get mad at my girls, I used to yell. They weren't yellers. They didn't do any of that stuff. I mean, I don't think they had probably ever even spanked their kids. They just...
Yeah, they just gave their complete and total dedication, providing everything their hearts desired, and so on. You know?
They always gave them options and choices.
Now, Mitchell and Chandler, very close in age, 18 months or so apart.
Correct. Yeah.
Mitchell wasn't living in the house on Oak Springs, correct?
No.
But Chandler was?
Right. When they first moved there, he lived there for a very short period of time. Mitchell did.
Mitchell did. And was Chandler always living there, or had he moved out at times and come back?
He had moved out and when he went to school in Platteville. And then, you know, they move out, live in a dorm, then come back for the summers. And then I think he lived on, I believe it's Main Street, by like the Echo Bar. I don't know what the street is.
Sure. He lived down here somewhere.
Yep.
With some roommates?
Yep.
Okay. But then eventually moved back
Exactly.
with
Yep.
mom and dad?
Yep. After a year, or about a year, yeah.
In early July of last year, 2021, at some point you hear that Krista didn't go to work one day where she was supposed to be there, right?
I got a call from my husband, yes.
And your husband works with Krista?
Correct. At Zimbrook, yes.
What, if anything, do you do with that information when you hear that Krista no-showed on a Friday to work?
I went, that's not my best friend. She would never do that. So I immediately called her cell and went right to her voicemail. I called Bart and went right to his voicemail, and I'm like, what the heck? So I didn't remember that I had Chandler.
That's fine.
We call him Chaz.
That's fine.
I didn't remember I had his number, so I called Mitchell right away. And I asked Mitch, I said, where's your mom? And he's like, what do you mean? She's at work. And I said, she didn't go to work and she didn't call in. He's like, I don't know. So then I called Chandler after he was my fourth call.
You can tell that she's pissed, right? For all intents and purposes, this is her sister we're talking about. I mean, she's, what, 53? They've known each other for, I think one of the girls said, right, 38 years? 40, call it 40 years.
In the meantime, I had texted Krista a few times, asking her where she...
What? Uh-oh. Did we lose audio? Where's the audio?
Cabin. Had you been there personally?
No, we were always going to go. We had made plans.
This audio appears to be on the video, the original video.
Or who she, and
Did Chandler provide any other information on this call about the cabin or where his parents were? Anything that you remember?
he said that they went with another couple, and I asked who, and he couldn't tell me. Which I thought was strange, because, I mean, half the time her and I would say, you know, I'm going to the cottage this weekend, whatever. I never got a phone call like that. So that was kind of out of the ordinary for me. And for me to not be able to get a hold of her, I mean, if she didn't answer my calls right away, she would always call me back.
Sure.
Because she was like my sister, so.
Did Chandler seem to have any more details other than they were with another couple and they went to the cabin?
He said that they loaded up a bunch of booze and took a whole bunch of money. And maybe that they went gambling and they were going to have a really good time.
This is what we call incredulity. Look at this.
They loaded up with my sister, so. And for me to not be able to get a hold of her, I mean, if she didn't answer my calls right away, she would always call me back.
Sure.
Because she was like my sister, so.
Did Chandler seem to have any more details other than they were with another couple and they went to the cabin?
He said that they loaded up a bunch of booze and took a whole bunch of money. And maybe that they went gambling and they were going to have a really good time.
I'm going to pause there for 1 second.
Okay.
Were Bart and Krista people who loaded up a bunch of booze into their car usually?
No.
You answered somewhat emphatically. What do you mean by that?
So we had been to their house many occasions. My husband and Bart would have like a beer. That's all Bart would ever drink is a beer, or he likes scotch. That was, or a little small glass of scotch.
Hang on a minute. Is that like when Sarah Boone answers the door by trying to hug the sheriff's deputy, and he says, "Have you been drinking?" And she says, "I've had a drink." No, it's not. I think, obviously not. This is a literal and truthful scenario.
Scotch, whatever. Just as we were winding down, Krista usually didn't drink. She would have maybe a beer. So I can preface this. I had asked.
She had the pre-mixed margarita mix, which is 80% lemonade, I think.
On one of my occasions when I went up to her house, I'm like, "Do you want me to pick up a bottle of wine for us tonight?" And she's like, "No, I don't want to drink in front of the kids." And I was like, "You're an adult. You can."
Right. You don't share that concern yourself.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I can have a glass of wine. I'm an adult.
You are. And the money, did that make any sense to you that Bart and Krista would load up cash, a bunch of cash, and go up to the cabin?
No. Bart's a CPA. He was very tight with his money. They both were. They kind of had a budget, and they didn't spend outside that budget. Hence, their house was in disarray a little bit.
Sure. They were remodeling.
They were remodeling it to what Krista wanted, yes.
Doing some work themselves.
You bet.
Maybe not up to code.
Demo day. Okay. He had a shirt that said demo day.
Yeah.
Man, of all the Hilgendorfs, I mean, we've seen a mixed bag, right? Different emotions, but this woman is raw. There's anger, there's sadness, there's just so many things. And also, I think she's quite pleased to be here to deliver this message, right? I think she's been waiting to do this.
After this initial call with Chandler, this is on Friday, the day of the no-call, no-show?
Correct.
What'd you do? What'd you do with that information?
Hey, thank you so much, Terry Key. Terry Key, everybody. Thank you so much for the coffee, Terry Key.
I tried calling her. We were planning to go up to our cottage. So I had called her a few times. I didn't get a hold of her. We all went up to our cottage as planned. So it was myself, my husband, one of my twins, and her boyfriend.
Okay. Your cottage in relation to theirs, I think your husband said 88 miles away. Sound about right to you?
Yep, about an hour. Yep.
But despite being an hour away, and both of you having cottages up north, you never made the trek. You'd always thought maybe we'll do it Sunday, but you'd never done it.
Right.
Okay. So while you're up at the cottage, are you worried about what's going on?
A little bit. And then I got a text from Chaz saying that his mom and dad were...
I don't really hear that, Michelle, sorry. I mean, I kind of know where you're going, but I wouldn't say that. I can't say I hear Christopher DeCoste.
Fine. They made it up to the cottage and they were going to the parade. in Langley.
I know what you mean. It's like in these kind of pseudo-dramatic phrasing of his questions, you know. Miss Adelson, this is all because of you. What a line. Possibly, if we take Georgia Kappelman out of the equation, of all attorneys, that is probably the best line of all trials so far. Past and future. Miss Adelson, this is all about you, right? There's 100 people in this courtroom, thousands watching, and it's all about your bad marriage.
White Lake, I believe was his comment to me, and I was like, oh, okay. He said he had gotten a text from her, so I was like, that made me feel a little better. Like, okay, no big deal.
At what point do you begin to grow concerned again?
He called me on Wednesday and said, Mom and Dad haven't come home. And I was like, what? He's like, and I haven't heard from them. And I'm like, did you call them? And he's like, yeah, I've tried. I'm like, okay. At that point, he asked me what he should do. And I said, call the police, have them go over, do a well check on the cottage. And he's like, okay. I called him back a little later and I said, did you call? And he's like, no, I can't find the number for up there. My husband, knowing me, he's like, all right, we're gonna get in the car. We're just gonna drive over there. I asked him for the address. He texted it to me so that I could get there.
Sure. And when you say in the call with Chandler that he didn't know the number up there, he didn't know the number to the police?
To the police station, yeah. Or who to call up there. I mean,
sure.
I don't know. I just thought you could call any police station and they could kind of give you a number or connect you somehow.
Sure.
I guess in my pea brain, that's what I thought.
Okay. We could Google it, something like that.
Yeah, or yeah. I mean, there's got to be numbers out there somewhere.
So you decide to take matters into your own hands. You and your husband are going to take it to court.
That's right. So we did.
Off you go, 88 miles, and you get to
One
the
way,
cottage.
yep.
What do you find?
There is two like big old like spoked wheels. Like people use them in their outdoor
See you later, Michelle. Have a great day.
motif all the time. And then there's a birch log across that. And I'm like, I take a picture and I'm like, is this the cottage? And he's like, yeah. And then he's like, haven't you ever been there? And I'm like, no. At this point, I called him on my cell. And I said, Chandler, no one's been here. The grass is like 2 feet tall, well, 16 inches, 2 feet tall. And when you drive over grass, like when we haven't been up to the cottage, it gets pushed over. So you know that somebody's been there. It wasn't pushed over.
Okay.
It was pretty tall.
So you call Chandler.
I called him back.
Get
and
back
I
in your
said,
car, I would imagine, and you're talking to him?
my husband didn't let me go out of the car. He said, you stay in. I'm going to go look. So I called Chandler back, so I have him on the phone, and I'm like, nobody's been here. And he's like, are the doors unlocked? And I said, no, they're locked from the outside, which I thought was weird because ours has a normal like key lock.
Right.
And he's like, no, that's how it is. I'm like, okay. And he's like, did you check everywhere behind like the boathouse? And I'm like, Uncle Mike's doing that right now. He's like, okay. He's like, did you find anything? And I said, like, what? And I was shocked that he said, any bullet shells or any blood or anything. And I went, what? And he's like, did you find anything? And I'm like, no, no one's been here. And he's like,
Again, what the hell?
okay, what do you think I should do? I'm like, you need to report them as missing. Obviously, they didn't make it here. I don't know how they could go to a parade if they didn't make it here, but whatever. Maybe they stayed somewhere else. I didn't know.
At that point, you head back to your cottage for a little bit?
Yeah, they went to a parade on the wrong day in a cottage that they weren't at. Something's not right here, Chandler.
Yes. And then I got a call from a Detective Nelson, I believe.
And you started talking to the police at that point?
Yep. I got a phone call. So, yeah, he asked some questions and I told him what I knew. And he called, is that Wednesday? Yeah. And then he called back to like the next, so on Wednesday, after I got that phone call, I looked at my husband and he's like, we'll just pack up and go home tomorrow. He looked at me and he goes, you're not going to be happy. Let's just go. So we packed up our cottage, shut it down, and drove back to Madison on Wednesday.
Sure. When you got back to Madison, I think we heard from your daughters, they took some time and they had went over to the Halderson house at some point.
Right, because I had told them, I said, well, you know, and Krista and Uncle Bart are missing. And Haley's like, we'll just go be with Chaz so he's not alone. I said, okay. Because that's what she would do for me.
Did you yourself go over there?
I did not, because we didn't get back until late. And just the girls had already come back. And I'm like, okay. So, and I knew he had been invited, according to the twins, to Dan and Mary's, which are some friends that live up the street from them, for dinner on Wednesday. That's what he told the twins. Oops, sorry.
Okay. After that call with Chandler in the car about the search of the cabin and no one being there, did you talk to him again after that?
I did.
When?
We stopped at McDonald's in Eagle River. No. Yeah, Eagle River. And I called him back and I said, have you heard any?
Is that Eagle River or Igor River?
We stopped at McDonald's in Eagle River. No. Yeah, Eagle River. And
I think it's Eagle. Let's look it up. Maps. McDonald's in Eagle River, Wisconsin. So that is the Eagle River McDonald's. I wonder what they had.
I called him back and I said, have you heard anything? And he's like, no. He's like, but I went to the police station and filed a report that they had.
Eagle River.
Come home. And I said, okay, good. So they'll be looking for them. But I forgot to mention one. I was on the phone with him when I was sitting at the cottage. I said, I have looked for Bart's car everywhere. And he's like, oh, Aunt Jane, didn't I tell you that they didn't take their car? I said, what do you mean they didn't take their car? He's like, they rode with the other couple. I said, who? And he's like, I don't know. I said,
it was Bob and Sue. Didn't I tell you about Bob and Sue, Uncle Bob and Aunt Sue?
Do you know what kind of car they drove? Because I'm thinking, you know, maybe we can look for that car. And he didn't know. So I was like, okay.
So you head back to Madison because there's no car to look for, there's no people to look for, and they're not at the cabin.
Nope.
After you get back to Madison, do you have any contact with Chandler yourself?
No, I didn't. No. No, I did not.
You never went to the house yourself.
After, like, Mitchell invited me over to the house. Like,
Since?
yes. After everything occurred, yes.
Okay. After his arrest and charging for the murder of my best friend and sister.
I'm going to take 1 second, okay? So if you want to take a drink of water now would be a good time. The judge will probably even pour it for you if you ask.
You want some water?
Of course the judge will pour it for you, and he's going to ask you if you want ice and lemon.
It's a good idea for all of us, right? Thank you very much.
No further questions.
Good job, Jane.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day. You can leave the water up there if you want, or take it with you. Thank you.
Okay.
And the next witness, please.
State is going to call Michael Bolt to the stand.
Who?
Take care.
Please
Who's
raise your
this
right hand.
now?
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth?
What's this guy come straight from work? You ever heard of a coat and a tie in Wisconsin? He's keeping it real.
Good morning, sir. If you're able to safely and responsibly testify without your mask, that would be our preference.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead.
Looks like another family friend to me. Could be a colleague.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Michael Bolt, Michaelboldt.
Any relation to Usain?
Mr. Bolt, did you...
The fastest man in the world. He could have run to White Lake in less time than the Hilgendorfs in their Volvo.
know a person by the, or people by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
Bart was a lifelong friend of mine. Grew up down the road, and I got to know Krista pretty much as soon as he met her.
Did you know their children?
Yes, I did.
In what capacity did you know Chandler and Mitchell?
I am actually godfather for both of them.
Did you have contact with them?
How'd that work out? So you're the one that's responsible for their, well, what is the job? They're, you know, making sure that they're grow up well-adjusted and do unto others.
Throughout the years.
You're fired.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we would see usually holidays and for both of the boys' birthdays and around tax time because Bart did my taxes, so.
Okay. How did you come to learn that Bart and Krista were missing?
I got a text from my sister and she said, "Have you been on Facebook this morning?" And I replied no, and immediately went to Facebook to where I see that she had shared the picture of Bart and Krista and that they were missing.
And when you learned that they were missing, did you start to learn details that they had taken alcohol or gone to a casino?
I did. I believe it was when Chandler had his interview with one of the local stations down here. I was online constantly, you know, looking for something.
Hey, thanks so much, Tamer Nagel, for that fabulous coffee, coconut coffee. Only the very best. Thank you so much.
And I saw what they had reported or what he had reported.
And you were good friends with Bart. Tell me about his drinking habits.
When I was with him, if we had a drink or two throughout the whole weekend, that would probably be it. Sometimes we would go the whole weekend without having a drink, and it was never in front of Mitchell or Chandler.
And I assume, obviously, Bart was your accountant.
Yes.
Tell me about his habits with money.
I don't like to call people tightwads, but I would say Bart was very tight with his money. And he actually introduced me to his investor and suggested that I get something set up for my son as far as a 529 was concerned, which I took his advice, and I know he put money away for the children. And, you know, we had conversations about it. And
did you ever know him to gamble?
no. I could have given Bart a $100 bill, and I think he would have gave it back and said, no, we're not going. I don't ever think that he stepped foot in a casino as far as I'm aware.
At some point in your careers over your
It's kind of hard to think of a worse cover story with the reactions that they're getting from these lifelong friends. What would be a worse cover story? They've gone to a they've gone to join a mariachi band. That would probably be more likely.
life, you worked in solar paneling. Is that fair?
That is correct. Yes, I went to school, I believe, in 2011, 2012, and then I got a job shortly after that.
Did you ever have conversations with Chandler about solar paneling?
Yes, briefly. Bart and Krista and Chandler and I talked about it, and they had told me he was going to go to school for solar energy. And I borrowed him a tool that I had received when I went to school, and we discussed it briefly. And that was pretty much the extent of that.
Did Chandler ever work with you installing solar panels?
No, he did not.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released.
You may, and if we could approach.
Thank you, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
They were always at the nudist colony, Michelle. Oh. I guess I should go. I mean, I'm still wide awake. I'm not going to go to sleep. Are there any more witnesses? There's a bunch more. Shall we do Mitch? That's only 30 minutes. We could get away with Mitch. We're breezing through though. Breezing through. How many hours are we in? 4 hours 43. I don't know, if we make the videos too long, I think a significant portion of people that might watch on demand look at a 5.5 hour video and say, fuck this. We might lose in the long run. We're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. We're doing Mitch. We're doing Mitch and then we're out of here.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing, thank you.
All right.
All right for the jury?
Yeah, Burning Man. They went down to Burning Man and dropped acid.
Please be seated, everyone. I didn't get there myself, but I heard it's cold outside. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being prompt. We had a couple of issues to take up outside of your presence. Let me inquire of you whether anyone inadvertently or intentionally was exposed to any information, any discussions, or participated in any discussions or investigation about the case while we were separated over the noon hour. I see no hands. As a housekeeping matter, I want to draw your attention to one thing. We do in this courtroom, and we're using this courtroom because it has a media room which is behind you. And that's intentional because the media is directed to not show the faces of any jurors. That's an important part of our protection and our honoring your participation as citizens unwillingly, although I hope willingly, through this process. It was pointed out to me that if I do at any point in time invite you to go ahead and stand and stretch, that if you turn around in that process towards the media window, you might inadvertently be photographed or recorded. And so I just wanted to mention that to you so that if you're doing that at any point in time, or even if you're deciding you're...
Well, it's a bit late now, man. We're halfway through day 2.
Neck is stiff and you're going to just aim your head in a different direction. Be cautious about the fact that over your left shoulders there's a camera on the other side of the wall, and they're certainly doing their best to not accidentally record anyone, but they're also relying on your position within the courtroom as they're filming other things that go on. So I just wanted to mention that to you folks. Thank you. Let's proceed with testimony. Attorney Raymond.
Yes, the state's going to call Mitchell Halderson to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Mr. Halderson, if you are able to safely and responsibly, I would appreciate your testifying without a mask, if you could.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Big day for Mitchell. So let's see what emotions we can pick up on here. I think he's just pretty much put himself in the mindset of doing this quite mechanically, just, you know, sit here, answer questions, be truthful, and so on. But let's see what we can see.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
My name is Mitchell Halderson, and that's Mitchell, and then Halderson is Hal, D as in David, Erson.
What are the names of your parents?
D as in David in the spelling of Halderson is exactly what Bart did on the call to Omar Job. Those things get passed down, those habits. He'll be saying that forever.
Parents, Mitchell.
Bart and Krista Halderson.
And do you have any siblings?
I do.
And who's your sibling?
Chandler Halderson.
Where'd you grow up?
Was born in this area in Dane County, and then between 3rd and 4th grade moved up to Plymouth, Wisconsin, which is in Sheboygan County, and then have lived around here for college and work after high school.
Okay. And
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 27. Could you describe Exhibit 27, please?
That would be a picture of my parents, actually a crop photo that I am also in. We are at the New Glarus Brewery.
And that was a somewhat recent, in the last couple of years, photo.
Yes, within the last 4. I forget exactly.
And is that an accurate copy of that picture?
Yes.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 27
Any
into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It may be.
Did he say brewery? It's a picture of them outside the brewery. I thought that was their house.
Published, it is received.
So how old was your dad, if you know, in July of this year?
He was born in 71, so in July he just turned 50.
And your mom, she was a few years older?
Correct, about 3.
What did your dad do for a living?
He was an accountant.
Do you remember the name of the firm that he worked with last?
BDO USA.
And he did taxes and things like that, or?
Yes, specifically with small businesses was his specialty.
So is he kind of a money savvy sort of person?
I would say so. Definitely had finances, understood them well.
Do you believe in banks?
Yeah.
How old was your mom?
My mom was 53.
What'd your mom do for a living?
Was a stay-at-home mom for us growing up and has recently gone back to work as a receptionist at a car company.
Describe what was your dad like as a parent, just very briefly.
He worked a lot, so slightly absent during the time, but I would say had good expectations for us and overall was a good parent.
How would you describe your mom as a parent, just briefly?
A bit of the typical helicopter parent, very involved in our everyday lives, but again, because she cared.
So she stayed in communication with you often, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
What is the age difference between you and your brother Chandler?
18 months.
And are you the
I've heard some people say, trying to turn the helicopter parent thing into a tiger parent thing and go, oh, she was always involved. She must have pushed him to his limits. She demanded success.
older or younger sibling?
I am the older.
And just for the record, I think the judge is going to ask everyone but the jury to remove their mask for a few seconds. Do you see your brother Chandler Halderson in the courtroom today?
How much would it suck to, kind of look like Chandler as Mitchell will do and does, a bit as a brother would,
Everyone could lower their masks briefly, and after 1, 2, 3, replace your masks. Thank you.
I do.
Could you please describe by where he's seated and what sort of, maybe the color of his shirt?
Table to the right, with a purple shirt and in a suit.
I would ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
So Mitchell, if you're 18 months older, are you 24 or 25?
I just turned 25.
Okay. And in July of 2021, where were you working and what did you do?
I work at Epic Systems, and I am a technical services representative.
A computer guy?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And are you married, single, something else?
Engaged.
Engaged, okay. And how long have you been engaged?
A little over a year.
Okay. And you live in the Dane County area?
Yes.
In a house, a condo, something else?
In a house.
Okay. And just briefly, in June of this last year, 2021, you had a significant health episode. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. What occurred?
I went to the doctor for a regular scheduled appointment since I hadn't gone during COVID and wanted to get blood work done, and I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes.
And in fact, you were hospitalized for a period of time.
Yes, that is true.
Was your mom or dad, did they seem concerned to you at all?
Yes.
You kind of laughed there. Why'd you laugh?
My mom was overly concerned.
How did she express that?
Not as much to me, trying to not show me that, but I have heard later on that she called her best friend many times crying.
Okay. Growing up and moving into recently, what sorts of things did you and your brother Chandler do?
Since we didn't live in the same house, we would do things online, like play video games and just talk that way.
Okay. What sort of video games did you play?
Wide array, but generally first-person shooter games.
Okay. And did your brother have a favorite weapon or gun in these games?
Usually.
Hello, Paula Ellis. Happy 4th of July.
Those of Russian descent.
Okay. Like the SKS?
That's correct.
And in fact, during your illness, your brother gave you a gift. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What did he give you?
A unknown type of bullet with the words "get well soon" on it.
What a disturbing way to tell your brother you're thinking of him. He gave me a bullet carved with the words "get well soon."
I'm going to show you Exhibit 26. How would you describe Exhibit 26?
That is the same one.
That's the bullet that your brother gave you and wrote to get well on.
Yes.
Move Exhibit 26 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It is received. It may be published.
Does anyone know if that bullet was a bullet for the SKS rifle? Because Agent Smith, or Private Smith, gave him about 400 rounds of high-powered ammunition? Something like that?
I don't think the overhead is going to do justice, but it just says get well. I want to turn your attention to when your parents went missing this year. How did you learn that your parents were potentially missing?
I don't remember the exact date, but I did receive a call from my mom's best friend that had let me know that they had gone up, she had heard that they had gone up to the cabin.
Okay.
So I did not suspect them missing at that time. I just had heard that.
Okay. And what is your mom's best friend's name?
That would be Jane Hilgendorf.
Okay. So you get a call, and in fact, you call her Aunt Jane.
I do.
Okay. So you get a call from your Aunt Jane. What do you do, if anything, in response to that call?
I don't recall the exact events, but I did not think much of it because they would be known to go up to the cabin during the summer.
Let's talk about that. So your parents own a cabin.
Correct.
Where is that cabin?
Langlade County, Wisconsin.
Okay. And how would you describe that cabin?
My grandpa had built it, so it was mostly wood logs, pretty run-of-the-mill, what you would think of as a rustic cabin.
Okay. Is it on waterfront, in the forest, something else?
Yes, it is on Sawyer Lake, Wisconsin.
Okay. Is there any other outbuildings associated with this cabin, such as a shed or a boathouse or anything?
Fucking hell, Sawyer Lake. That's some dark fucking irony, isn't it? Because he sawed off their heads with saws like a sawyer would use. Jesus Christ. I'd forgotten that detail.
Like that?
Both of those. There is a shed out in the front, a boathouse in the back, and a in shambles treehouse in the front yard as well.
Okay. And did your parents own a boat of any sort?
I believe so. There was definitely a...
And now he's saying Now he's saying an in shambles treehouse. Do people know what shambles means? It means a butcher's slaughterhouse. That's what it means. You want proof? I'll get you proof. So Sawyer Lake, treehouse in shambles, the butcher's slaughterhouse at the Sawyer Lake. What the fuck?
Canoe, I don't believe there was a full boat, or at least not that I remember.
And nothing like a pontoon or a ski boat or something?
Nothing with a motor that I'm remembering.
Okay. How often do you believe your parents went to the cabin?
They would at least open and close it every year and go probably 1 or 2 more times in addition to that, so 3 or 4 times a year over the summer.
Okay. And what were your parents' habits about keeping in touch or not keeping in touch with you in connection when they went to the cabin?
My mom would reach out any chance she could, so she would have told me.
Did your parents tell you in the last week of June or the very beginning of July any idea that they may be going to the cabin?
No.
There was no need for him to use the word shambles. Second definition, a state of total disorder. A butcher's slaughterhouse. Archaic except in place names. How about that? At Sawyer Lake. Strange, man.
So you first hear from your Aunt Jane. What is the next thing that happens that you remember in concerning your parents being missing?
The next thing I remember is Chandler texted me that he is worried about them.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do in response?
Asked more about why, and just to hear what they had told him about leaving, because I didn't hear anything about it.
And what did you learn from Chandler?
That they had gone up north with friends, that he didn't know who those friends were, and didn't know the car that they had taken.
Okay. What was your understanding of friends that may go to the cabin with your parents?
There is a list of people that I would have assumed. Do you want me to go through that list?
Sure.
That would be my Aunt Jane, Uncle Mike, also Dan and Mary Sesto, who lived on the same street, as well as Gail and Rick Kanapaki, who you might also hear from. And I had reached out to each one of those families and had heard back that none of them were the ones that had gone up north.
Did you have any understanding about who would drive when your parents went to the cabin?
Unless it was one of those 3, I would assume that they would drive because they're the ones that know the way. And there are certain folks, notably Dan Sesto, that goes up there often enough that I would understand driving, but nobody else.
Okay.
What, not Bob and Sue?
What happens next as far as you're concerned with your parents? What's the next piece of news you learn?
Eventually, a detective comes to my house, Rich Bennett, in order to just ask some more questions of me during the investigation. I believe that was the next thing that had occurred.
Okay. What happened after that?
I believe it was a Wednesday. It was whatever day Chandler was originally arrested. I had actually gone up to the cabin myself in order to check it out, just to see what was going on.
And why did you go to the cabin?
Wanted to do something myself about it. I felt like I needed to do something.
So at this point on Wednesday or whatever day you ended up going to the cabin, were you fairly concerned?
Yes.
Okay. And what led you to being so concerned?
Not having heard from them, not being able to get a hold of them, and not being told that they had gone up there to begin with.
So during this time period that you learned they're missing, did you reach out to your mom or dad via text or phone calls?
Yes.
Did you hear anything back?
No.
And did that concern you?
Yes.
At any point during the time that you learned your parents were missing, did anybody tell you that perhaps they were out gambling?
I don't believe during that period of between July 1st and July 7th I had heard anything about gambling.
Okay. Let me just ask, were your parents gamblers?
No.
Have you ever been to a casino with them?
No.
To your knowledge, have they ever taken a vacation with entertainment that is gambling?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were your parents big
What about
drinkers?
what about the nudist convention and the dropping acid in the fucking Colorado desert? No, where is it? Nevada. How many times a year do they drop acid in the desert at the nudist colony?
They've gotten more into drinking, I'd say, since they moved back down to Windsor. They're, yes, but not huge drinkers, no.
Did you ever know your parents to drink tequila?
My mom would drink margaritas, but not from mixing it herself. It was the Costco brand pre-made stuff.
Okay. Did you know either of your parents to drink gin?
No, I do not.
Did your parents take their work or their jobs seriously, not seriously, or something else?
Very seriously.
To your knowledge, have they ever no-called and no-showed for work in the past?
That would be very strange for them to do.
I want to so you go up north and you meet a deputy up there.
Correct.
What do you do once you're up there?
Before the deputies arrived, I took a lap around the cabin myself just because I didn't want to wait outside any longer. Eventually, Langley County, I guess the deputies, I believe they were sheriffs and deputies, met us there. And eventually I took another walk around the property with them, just pointing out things that I noticed. And also they busted into the doors because they were all locked and the keys that I had were not working.
Yeah.
At any...
Fucking Chandler, man. Remember Chandler said that he sent a text to Kat to say, hey, I found a key, I found a set of keys, and Mitchell's going to go up. Gave him the wrong keys. I mean, I guess he got rid of the keys along with the bodies and everything, right? I mean, you don't want those hanging around if the story is that they went to the cabin or they were intending to go to the cabin.
Point, obviously, you did not find your parents up there.
No.
Did you find any signs at all that they had been there?
Nothing looked like it had been used. There was a couple pieces of trash around, but I believe that's just because sometimes people will walk through the property on the way either between properties or just in the way. Either way, I do not believe it had been used anytime recently.
Mitchell, I want to ask you a few things about your brother and what you knew in June and July of 2021. Where, if anywhere, did you believe your brother worked in June of 2021?
I believed at American Family.
What did you think he did there?
Answering questions on a message board, things you can do from remotely.
Yeah, not much.
Is your understanding he was working from home like most people?
Yes.
Did you have any understanding about his payment schedule or anything like that in connection with American Family?
No, I wasn't really told much about that.
Did you, when he was arrested in July of 2021, were you under the impression he was still working at American Family?
I was.
What, if anything, did you believe about your brother Chandler's schooling?
Believed he had not currently graduated yet, but was attending online classes at MATC.
And what did you believe he was studying?
Renewable resource engineering was the general consensus I had.
Did you have any knowledge about when he was scheduled to graduate or?
No.
Okay. And in June of 2021, your brother suffers a fall.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What, if anything, did you know about that fall?
I was told that while my dad was home working, he had heard a thud and that he went upstairs to find my brother on the ground next to the staircase or on the staircase.
And did you see your brother?
He heard a thud. But one thud on a cement floor. If you hear a thud on a cement floor, your fucking head is cracked open, okay? He didn't hear some crashing down the stairs. I mean, he probably kicked a box or something and went, "Oh!" My head!
Brother in June of
I'll never be able to mow a lawn again!
2021.
In June, I did, yes.
Okay. What, if any, sort of lingering medical effects did he have, to your knowledge?
I wasn't aware of a lot. I believe there was general numbness, I was told, kind of during that, and overall tiredness as well.
Did you know anything about any?
Yeah, definitely overall tiredness. Lot of lying down. A lot of cakes on a plate.
Potential long-term damage?
I don't believe that I was told enough yet. It seemed like it was still under evaluation.
And did you know anything about appointments in the future?
I actually did. I was told by Chandler during that time, between the time frame, I don't remember the exact date, between July 1st and July 7th, that he had an appointment, and he was asking if I could help give him a ride in case he needed one.
Okay. Did you guys ever firm up any plans to take him to his appointment?
We had offered a ride if needed, but he never ended up needing it.
Okay. And do you know roughly what date you were diagnosed with diabetes?
Yeah, just before.
If the weekend
his fall.
was June 13th to 15th, it was in the middle of the month, whatever weekend around there.
And did Chandler's fall occur before or after or during your hospitalization?
After.
Okay. Within days?
I don't remember. Could have been a week.
Okay. Other than Chandler seeming tired, did you personally observe any differences to Chandler's physical appearance?
Just the neck brace, but no, nothing else.
Did you observe any difficulty he had walking?
I don't think so, no.
Did you observe any weakness of limbs, picking things up, anything like that?
I didn't see him pick much up either, so I guess I can't say.
Okay. So, Mitchell, I need to ask you a few difficult questions. Are you a beneficiary for your parents' life insurance?
I am.
How much do you believe that you will end up getting out of life insurance because of their deaths?
They have a few different policies. It is in the, if I'm remembering correctly, it is in the ballpark of around $1 million.
And that includes the house as well.
Yeah, I don't believe that's including that.
That's a rough way to get $1 million, huh? I mean, on the one hand, it's like, hey, fuck, $1 million. On the second hand, or the other hand, it's like, well, you know, I'm all alone now.
The house, actually.
Have you been paid out anything as of today?
No.
Is anybody else listed as a beneficiary?
I believe it went to my mom first. If my dad's death had preceded my mom's, or I guess their policies listed each other as primary, but then yes, also my brother was listed in the same line as I was.
And Mitchell, did you have anything to do with your parents being missing?
I did not.
Going missing?
No.
And were you fully cooperative in the investigation?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA or a buccal sample upon request?
Yes.
Did you provide proof of work during the first week in July upon request?
I did.
And did you participate in multiple interviews with multiple different officers?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Halderson. My first questions have to do with you living at that house in Windsor, Wisconsin. Did you ever live there yourself?
I would never have listed that as my address, no. But I have stayed there over weekends.
And before July of 2021, you would be at that home 1 or 2 times a month, perhaps, to visit?
Oh, so it wasn't even like, I forget this, it wasn't even like it was the childhood home, you know, that he'd always lived in. I forgot they'd stayed in Plymouth for him to finish high school. Then it's like, okay, you're done. You're going to college, dorms, moving on with your life. We're gonna go back to Windsor. And then he just moved into their new house. Yeah, I like this place. Yeah, no, I think I could see myself here. This couch. If we put the two of them together, I could have a little fort to sit in, and have my flaming hot Doritos.
You know, probably in the ballpark of two to three, possibly even 4 times a month. Yeah, we visited often because they were close.
And would those be overnight visits?
Occasionally, yes.
And when you say we, is that with your fiance?
That's correct.
Now, in June of 2021, you did visit there on Father's Day, is that right? Let me rephrase that. You visited there for a Father's Day celebration.
That's correct.
But it wasn't on Father's Day.
I don't remember the date.
And that was a meal with everyone?
Yes. Yes. I believe I'm remembering the date you're talking about now, yes.
How many other times did you visit that home in June of 2021?
I don't believe I would be able to give an accurate number. It's a couple, but I don't remember the exact amount.
I'm sorry. I'm still looking at I'm still looking at this terrible thing I've done to I don't even want to say the words. To Photoshop Bart's head onto his armless, legless torso. Patricia, you're the only... I might have to email it to you. I can't put this in the public domain. This is ridiculous. Why did I do that? I'm sorry. Oh my God. I'm going straight to hell.
And is it fair to say that that would have been the number of times you saw your brother that month as well, in person?
That is correct, because, yes.
You guys didn't get together other times?
No.
Now you did, you did have a relationship with your brother online, is that right?
That's correct.
Mostly playing what are first-person shooter video games?
Mainly, yes.
Now, in direct testimony, you indicated that your brother was very interested in Russian guns, particularly the SKS, correct?
Yes.
And that interest goes back several years at least, right?
Yes.
How many years do you think that goes back?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
A long
Sure.
time. Is that
Yes.
true? And in fact, when you would play, he'd always pick that weapon if possible, correct?
Variety is something that's always nice, but yeah, it would definitely be an option. That would be one of his first pick, yes.
And how strange, you know. I mean, the way this all ties in, you know. I mean, he likes the game because he's got the social standing that he lacked. He likes the gun, and because of the timing of his day and his fake job, he's got to get up early when local people are all going to work. So who does he play with? He plays with an army guy that's stationed overseas in Germany on a different time zone, and that guy ends up gifting him the gun he likes most from the game he's obsessed with, which he then uses to kill them because of that exact scenario that made that happen, right? He wouldn't have connected with Mr. Smith, Private Smith, if he was just playing shoot 'em up games like a normal person at night or whatever after work. He would have had no need to communicate with someone in Germany. I mean, I guess people are. It's a global thing, I guess, anyway, right? But you know what I mean? It's just this weird loop.
Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the cabin. It's been a number of years since you've actually, before July of 2021, it was a number of years since you actually went there, correct?
That's correct. I did not frequent it as often as my parents.
Do you remember the last time you went to the cabin?
I don't remember exactly which year, no. But it was probably in somewhere between 3 and 5 years. It had been a while.
And do you recall going to the cabin ever without your parents being with you?
No.
And when your parents would go to the cabin, you say maybe 4 times a summer, it wasn't uncommon that they would turn their phones off, correct?
I think cell reception has gotten better over the years. However, the area is a little spotty in cell reception, so it wouldn't be uncommon for them to turn them off to avoid roaming charges. But they would also power them back on occasion in order just to make sure that they would update us.
Over the weekend of July 4th, 2021, you weren't concerned about your...
It was someone he met online, Tamer, but he left the army and returned to his home state of Kansas. And on a weekend, not long before the murders, drove up from Kansas, which is, a 10-hour drive, and gifted him a gun that's got to be worth, $1,500? And 400 rounds of high-powered ammunition? This guy, Private Smith, was, avid gun guy, bought the gun for himself because he liked using it in the game, but when he was using it as a real gun, he didn't like it, so it just sat in his gun safe or whatever, and he just had this bout of goodwill and said, you know what, I'm going to gift it to someone who will enjoy it and get the use out of it. But I don't think it's every day that somebody gives you a fucking automatic assault rifle. I mean, I'm just guessing here, but I would presume in the region of $1,200 to $1,500 worth of machine power, plus the bullets, which just seems like a very, that in itself, it wasn't like, I'll sell it to you, it was a gift.
Your parents until what point?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, at what point did you become concerned about your parents?
So I was initially concerned because I hadn't heard of them going up. It wasn't to the level of filing a missing persons case until I had heard further from Chandler that he was is concerned enough in order to do that. So My concern grew as time went on. I would say around once that Monday, Tuesday date where they were supposed to return hit, I was definitely pretty concerned.
Do you remember talking to Deputy Seeley from the Sheriff's Department?
Ah, yeah, good point. Good point, Patricia Burns. I'd love to see the fucking chat logs of that conversation. I don't know why that wasn't my first conclusion. You're absolutely right. Leopard don't change his stripes.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember if you ever told Detective Seeley that you yourself were not personally concerned at the time you were talking to Deputy Seeley?
I don't remember which day that was, and I also don't remember saying that.
Is that something you might have said?
Depending on the date, possibly, because as I said, my concern grew over time. So if it was early on, then yes, possibly.
So it's possible that at first you weren't that concerned, normal for your parents to go up north, but that your concern grew over time. Is that correct?
That is correct. I still was concerned because they hadn't told me beforehand that they had left. However, it wasn't as concerned as to file a missing persons report.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Attorney Raymond?
No.
May Mr. Halderson be excused and released?
He's excused from his subpoena for right now. He remains exempt from the sequestration order, but he remains under technical subpoena.
So you would still have an obligation to be recalled if recalled, and thus you have to follow the sequestration as if you hadn't testified so far. Thank you, sir. You can return back to the lobby or the waiting room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I'll note his exclusion from the sequestration order.
Oh, okay, I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. There's an exclusion so that you don't have to stay or avoid the courtroom, even if you were to be recalled to testify. Thank you. And Attorney Raymond.
Yes, the state is going to call Sergeant Groans to the stand.
Okay, and with that, I think we're done for now. Let's go and walk that dog down by the river. We should probably have a moment's silence for the lives fallen. Bart, Krista, we've enjoyed listening to your case. We wish you well, and all those affected by this heinous crime. Man, okay, we're at 13 hours, pretty much. We will be back. When will we be back? Probably not that long from now. There are some other things to do today, and I should sleep at some point. So we'll just leave it open. You know, we'll post it on Discord, we'll post it on Twitter, we'll see y'all real soon. Okay, thank you for everybody in the chat. Patricia, everybody. Tamer, everybody. Mary, everybody. And Joss. Well done, Joss. Yeah. Whoa, ooh, look at that. Someone bought a coffee. Who was it? An anonymous, just in the nick of time. Paula! Thank you so much, Paula. Okay, yeah, we'll be back. I guess with more of this, right? I'm really enjoying the trial. I might watch Hannah Hilgendorf again. She's fantastic. Anyway, we'll see y'all soon. Yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you to the supporters, the coffee go-getters, the super sticker givers, and the Bulletproof Metrix moderators. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Good day. Happy 4th of July. Independent. Oh, I'm not going to change it. I love that.